No need to pass the phone around.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, yeah, we're live.
Well, do you know anything about this person? So like, he graduated from law school like 2 years ago and was able to buy this. That must be 1920.
Yeah. Oh. God, my stream is working. Everything's going a little too smoothly. Why do I keep doing that? Oh, no. Oh no, why did I do that?
And then I guess the only other thing is, can we get audio from you speaking into that one? In case any remote people
To this
have
one?
questions. No, so someone on Zoom, someone on the internet, speak, can we hear it in the speakers?
Oh, like if someone like asks.
Yeah, like if the late round participant gets into the Q&A.
I mean, I think we can right there.
But it's actually the other way around. Somebody on the internet, somebody on the Zoom should be talking.
Yeah.
We should hear it in this
We
room.
should have, it's gonna go through the screen.
Should I try it?
Yeah, if you want to, like, step out forward.
Test one, test one.
But it's actually.
Hello? Test one, test one.
No. Is there, do we need to turn the speakers up? Not yet.
Give me a second. I can hear it on the live stream. Like I just heard myself say testing. Speak. Well, try again if you step out. Oh yeah. Just test, test.
Awesome. Very good. Internet participants look good. Zoom looks good. Live stream looks good.
What do we do about Keon? Wouldn't want to make up. Did you hear about this kerfuffle or you just?
Oh, no.
Zoom traffic?
Okay, we got another one.
So the good news is Sabi is going to come first.
Yes.
So Keon is the one that had the 2 AMA and.
Oh, yeah.
So the other one, and she wasn't presenting actively, so we had a talk and we said, you can present in one, the other, and she said, oh, this other guy's gonna do the other one. And on Tuesday, he dropped out. He said, I'm not ready. Okay. So last night, AMA was the last one to pitch. So rather than Keanu, who's the 14th student pitching, this woman named Wendy, who works at Goldman Sachs, and is a Columbia graduate from 2017, did the whole pitch. And Ryan and the boys were like, wow, this is fantastic. They're going through the finals. So now here they are. So we had an email exchange last night, and I said, well, the spirit of it is it's for former students, right? So you should at least have been pitching. And she said, well, we ran out of time and I couldn't participate. Right. This is all by email. So I said, okay, well, if you want to pitch, you've got to pitch, tomorrow in person, and it has to be you. And she was like, okay, I get it. Can I go first? And I didn't respond because we hadn't put the order in yet. So
turn it on. You see the light?
Okay,
I'll leave it on.
I think that's probably a good idea. Thank you very much.
No problem. For anybody else, if they want to use the podium standing, this mic is good to go.
Okay.
If they're gonna move around, they could just use one of the lapel mics.
Okay.
If they prefer. But if they're gonna just stand, then they could just use this one. This
Great.
one picks up good.
Can we get
Oh, yeah.
back up on the screen so I can share the presentation?
And when you're sharing the screen, I already checked this. So just make sure it shares sound and optimize. It's
Okay.
checked. So it's right here. You have to log in back into it. Exactly. They're off right now.
Or is this still in the Zoom?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just stopped sharing the screen.
Oh, okay. I guess I saw this in there. Well, I need to do the presentation from there. Okay, cool.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming. I don't know how many people are on our live stream, but welcome all of them as well. So this is the 6th annual pitch challenge. My name's Al Bartosik. I'm the executive director of the Foundry. It's really cool to see people in 3 dimensions again. So I don't know how you feel about that, but it's kind of nice. So we are a little out of practice in terms of doing this in real world, but I think we're going to try our best today. And Will Brodlow, everybody should applaud him up there in the back. He's trying to run the Zoom, run the YouTube, run the live event, run the slides, get the audio right. So we'll do our best, right, Will? And I'd like to a special thanks to our judges, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves in a moment. But you guys, I didn't have a chance to see you in the green room, but you have the hardest job today because you've got to get this field from 12 down to 4. Even the social impact judges only have to rate the final 4, and the final judges only have to rate the 4. So you've got a task ahead of you today, but hopefully you will enjoy it. So without further ado, let's get started. There's a video welcome from Father McShane, if we make that work right. And then I'm going to turn it over to Lauren Sweeney. So thanks and welcome.
Good morning and welcome to the annual Pitch Challenge of the Fordham Foundry. As you all probably know, this is the 6th annual Pitch Challenge held at the Fordham Foundry. And this year's Pitch Challenge, the 6th in the history of the Foundry, is also the largest one in our history with over 130 teams involved. At the outset, as you gather, I'd like to acknowledge and thank the team, and in a special way, Al Bartosik, who has led the effort this year. I'd also like to thank our generous sponsors and our wise judges who have made the event possible and who will make it an exciting experience for everyone. Now, the 12 teams that we'll hear from today represent the best of the approximately 130 teams who submitted proposals to begin with. All of the teams, as you know, will be assessed based on social impact, and a social impact prize will be awarded at the end of the day. For my part, I want to congratulate all of the students who are involved. I want to thank you for being courageous. I want to thank you for your creativity. I want to thank you for showing what I would say entrepreneurship with a soul is like. This is, for us at Fordham, a triumph not only of the mind, but a triumph of the heart and the mind combined. May God bless all of you, and I know that you will enjoy the day, you'll enjoy it, and you'll learn a great deal in the course of the day. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. That was a little loud. Thank you all for being here today. I'm Lauren Sweeney, entrepreneur in residence at the Fordham Foundry and founder and CEO of Deliver Zero, a network of reusable containers. Excited to get to the good part, all of these pitches that the teams have been working so hard on. They've worked really hard to get here today to be among the 12 teams presenting. First, I want to introduce our judges. We have Christy Wallace, CEO of Elevate Network. We have Joe Dormani, a principal at Thompson Reuter Ventures, and James Canigliaro, investor at Array Ventures. All of them have much wider backgrounds than I just described. Go catch them after the sessions and ask them any questions that you might have. Anyway, I'm going on too long. So here's how this will go. Each team will have 3 minutes to pitch. Al said the judges have the hardest job. We also have a really hard job in cutting you off if you get to 3 minutes. So we'll keep it nice and tight like the teams practice. So 3-minute pitches. We will cut you off. And then after those 3 minutes, you will get the chance to do a Q&A. So in the preliminary rounds, there was no Q&A, but today you will get to answer the judges' questions about your pitches. And last but not least, we have the code for the Pre-VC app on the screen here. So you can scan this code. Everyone here gets to play VC today. So you can scan the code to download the Pre-VC app and then use this event code to register for this event and be able to invest fake money. Don't worry, you're not spending $10,000 or euros, I think, of your own money. You can download the Pre-VC app, have this Monopoly money to play with, and then whoever wins wins the People's Choice Award prize, and they actually do win real money. So your votes contribute towards a team winning an extra bonus prize. And you can also see how you ranked as an investor at the end. There's a little summary that shows you, how well your portfolio performed. It's very fun. So with no further ado, we will get started. And the first team, I'm sorry, I'm checking my notes. Okay, behind me. Oh, thank you. So Kula is our first team. Thank you. Thank you all for bearing with me. Kula, you can come up here and we'll kick off with your 3-minute pitch and then Q&A.
Perfect. I'm actually performing virtually.
Oh.
Yeah. So I'm going to share my screen. One moment. Am I allowed to? Great. I hope everyone can see that okay. Good morning, everyone. Hi, my name is Ayana Agbaran, the CEO of Kula. Now, the Kula app is going to be the simplest and most convenient way to access and organize your favorite recipes from cookbooks online. Now, I want to start off by painting a picture here. So imagine you're a recent grad who's just moved out of your parents' house, or you're a young couple starting your new family in New York City, and now you're in charge of fending for yourself, no longer having mom and dad to cook for you, and you currently burnt out of all of your Seamless or Uber Eats options, and you want to cook at home tonight. So what do? Right now, if you were to go to Google and research macaroni and cheese recipe, I kid you not, over 3 million websites will show up showing you thousands of different recipes with varying ingredients from people of varying different expertise levels. And so you click on one that has a high review for credibility's sake, and you have to bob and weave through the different ads and scroll through the life story just to get to the recipe, and you make it and it's just okay. But it's easier than lugging around that dictionary of recipes through the kitchen, wiping the tomato sauce away from the pages that you spilled. So this is actually where Kula comes into play. So Kula is essentially the Spotify of cookbooks. It's a subscription-based application that gives users digital access to cookbooks on any single device. Now, what sets us apart from New York Times Cooking, Bon Appetit, Pinterest are a few different things. Firstly, besides the fact that they don't have access to popular cookbooks, we have features like cook lists. So being able to pull different recipes from different cookbooks onto your Thanksgiving favorites or 4th of July favorites. And then therefore you can have a social sharing element where you follow your friends, their lists, influencers, different chefs. And then we also have an artificial intelligence piece that's going to make tailored suggestions based off of what you like, your expertise levels, and continually provide different suggestions for that. Now, as far as who we'd be targeting, we're not actually targeting a specific age or gender. It's more of a personality type. So that tech savvy at-home chef who's already kind of used to buying cookbooks. Because right now, these people spend around $30 to $60 per cookbook. And based on the market research that I've done so far, they're also willing to spend upwards of $15 a month for a premium service like this. But what also validates this is that there was an 127% increase in the number of cookbooks sold in 2020 based off of reasons like COVID and just the overall increased health consciousness, which gives me a pretty large TAM to tap into, that 774 million, which is exciting. So after engineering and publishing contracts are settled, our adoption strategy is actually pretty simple. We'll use known avenues like social media, other influencers and chefs like Alison Ronan, Chrissy Teigen, and Jamie Oliver, the likes, to promote our app and our brand and cook lists. But also this eventually will lead to partnerships with meal kit and food delivery services like Amazon Fresh, HelloFresh, Mindful Chef. And now that we are thinking about our own cooking routines, I want to actually employ you guys to think about what's for dinner tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent job. Now we will kick off some questions from the judges. So let's start with a question from who judges, raise your hand if you're Christy, you go first.
It's a great presentation. I love cooking, so I was really excited about this. My question is around the content. You were talking about being able to differentiate from other sites like New York Times by pulling recipes from cookbooks. What is the model around that in terms of the IP, getting that content? What is the rev share that would the financial aspect of it?
Right. So hopefully with other investor money, I'd be able to come up with a deal with different publishers, because the difference is that these other apps don't have cookbook access. And that's usually held through the publishers like Macmillan and other publishing houses. So I would have to figure out a way to essentially contract a certain portion of those books to still give incentive to buying the main ones, but just having the general recipe, because that's the main issue, is that these recipes are expert level. They've been tried and tested in different kitchens. So there is intrinsic value in that, but they are housed within that entire copyright of what the publishing house holds. So just asking for a portion of that will keep the incentive to buy the book, but also make it easier and convenient for the users to access that. So that's where the difference comes from, like New York Times and Bon Appetit. Those are all in-house chefs. They don't have the cookbook access or even a variety outside of those in-house chefs. So really giving people a breadth of access through the cookbooks that are available. And again, being able to filter out just like general recipes from the everyday person posting online to the people that have actually gone to school, put in the time and effort to make sure these are the recipes with the highest quality ingredients and processes that are available on the app to help people learn how to cook.
All right, we have time for at least one more question. All right, James.
Oh, I don't know. Okay.
There we go. What do you feel your cost of operating for the free tier might be at per customer?
The cost of operating per customer, that I'd have to do some further digging into, but I imagine that my biggest costs are going to be those publishing rights and also engineering, because like I said, that monthly subscription and also the money that we'll get from ads will help to offset a lot of costs. And it is an app, so it doesn't actually require like a warehouse or materials or anything like that. But I won't underestimate the cost of engineering. I've actually been working with an engineer right now to kind of figure out where our starting point is. Luckily, he is a friend of mine, so it's not like that cost is actually too high. But I'm hoping with the first buys with around $8,000, I can at least go with a starting point to understand what publishers are willing to allow me to pay, like what small amount, like how small can I get this down? How can I negotiate to get to those exact figures? Because like I said, it's not like a common thing. So I can kind of set the bar at whatever cost I'd like it to be for like presenting it to those publishers. But as far as like a static figure, I don't have that exact number yet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ayana. Excellent job today. Joe, you'll get to go first in the next round of questioning. Oh, we have time? All right, cool. Joe, you go.
So I was just going to ask you to just talk a little bit more about who your target user is for this application, and maybe with a distinction on someone who would pay for the service versus someone who is cooking last minute and might just want to Google a recipe.
Yeah. So I'm imagining it's someone who already has that affinity towards enjoying cooking, buying cookbooks, who probably already have a small collection of their own, but kind of realize the inconveniences of having 10 cookbooks on your small New York like counter, or not being able to organize your favorites. So really it's those that are affinity towards cooking who are also spending more time in their homes cooking. So that could be anyone from like a young family who's just starting out, or maybe I've heard of a lot of different parents, moms, dads that cook for their families every day and want to like make a little bit of variety out of that, who are also using their iPads daily. So again, that tech savviness coming into play. But who it's not for is for the person who's just used to like writing down this recipe on a piece of paper, passing it down from generation to generation. It's really for those who have that affinity. So it's not a particular age or a particular gender. It's those who already have this desire in them to cook more often in home, who also want a way to make it more convenient by using tech.
Thank you, Ayana. And I'm glad that all of the judges got a chance to ask a question. So
Thanks.
next up, we have a hybrid presentation. We have Dentagon, which will be presented partially in person and partially remotely, which is kind of how we're living right now. So Dentagon, you can come take the stage and we will get your partner. Oh, we have Allison up on Zoom already. And for the teams, there are these wearable mics just to your left here on this little platform behind me. So if any team wants one of these wearable mics, you have them for your convenience.
Okay. No, it should work. This is it? Okay, awesome. Awesome. So, let's see. Yeah, it is. I mean, okay. Yeah. I would like to be able to see it.
Sure.
Yeah, that's also true. That's okay.
If you could share your screen. Is she able to hear me right now?
Yeah, she should be.
Berkeley, if you could share the screen
Sure.
with our presentation. Great.
All right, give me 2 seconds.
No, I appreciate that.
No,
Thank
yeah,
you
that
so
is a
much.
great suggestion.
Of course. Sorry, having some technical difficulties here. All right.
Oh, you might have to stop sharing the screen yourself. Berkeley, are you able to do that?
I am figuring it out. Let's see. All right, here we go.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
All right, can everyone see the screen all right? Yeah.
Okay, great. So
Perfect.
sorry for the delay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for being here today. We present to you Dentagon, Human Dental Chews, Reinventing Dental Care for All. My name is Mila Perez, class of 2025 here at Lincoln Center.
My name is Berkeley Allison, and we are the co-founders of Dentagon. One of the biggest problems in our world today is the oral health care crisis. Since about 1 out of 5 children have at least one untreated decayed tooth, it's really important to us to help solve this problem. Additionally, there are many communities who do not have access to fluoridated water, school sealant programs, healthy foods, and more. Introducing Dentagon, an edible dental chew committed to overall better oral health, sustainability, and equity within the dental health world.
Here you can see is our 3D printed prototype that we purposefully shaped to maximize space in our packaging. And to the right, you can see our packaging. We are committed to sustainability. So we have created compostable pouches for our chews.
There are many different benefits to our product, including increased abrasion, which allows for an increase in saliva production, which decreases the bacteria in the mouth. Additionally, we have many other healthy ingredients, including rice flour, protein, and different vitamins and minerals, which can really change the course of one's health, especially if they do not have access to vitamins like these otherwise.
To ingrain a humanitarian mission into our product, our company has a buy one, give one business model. This is a part of our market strategy, and we will also be B Corp certified. Our target market is towards the outdoorsy, venturesome, and disaster preparedness groups of people who go out on long excursions and trips who need a quick edible snack with nutrition and a humanitarian mission. Our future roadmap consists of going door to door to market our product. Secondly, to attend trade shows and reach out to second degree connections. Thirdly, have partnerships with the Test and Learn program, National School Lunch program, and dentist offices. Lastly, we would then distribute to the American Red Cross and Salvation Army in order to fulfill our buy one, give one mission.
Here are 3 calculations of potential demographics: oral care, outdoor gear, and disaster preparedness systems. We took the global market sizes for 2021 in each of these industries and analyzed the ratio of products that were similar to Dentagon and what we could compete with. And we then took about 1% of that addressable market for the oral care industry because it is debatably the hardest market to break into. And we took 2% of the other categories. And we just truly strive to be the prevalent dentifrice provider for these industries. Additionally, we have 3 main competitors, including Raleigh Brush, Bite, and Basic Bite. However, what really sets us apart is that we have digestibility. We have increased vitamins and minerals, and we have that philanthropic aspect. We are also able to completely replace toothbrush and paste, and we just clean the mouth overall.
Here is our financials. Our cost to make is at 20 cents per chew and $2.99 per bag of 15 chews. And our pricing is at $4.99 per bag of 15 chews and $2.99 per bag of 7 chews. Once again, we thank you all so much for being here with us today.
Thank you, Mila. And now I'm figuring out how we'll do this with two of us on stage. I'll get out of your way. So let's start with a question from the judges. Judges, raise your hand. Who wants to go first? Joe, you look ready.
So that last slide was an interesting one. Can you just talk about how you're thinking about the cost as it relates to your strategy of buy one, give one? So like what your unit costs go up significantly because of that, and how are you thinking about that?
Okay, I'll take that one. So we actually have a financial sheet pretty similar to Dentagon and Dentacooker, pretty similar to the dog treat companies that have similar chews. That's the same mission that we're going for. I think we have found that, looking at Tom's Shoes, for example, with their buy one, give one mission, we've done some extensive research to make sure that we know how to make profit, but also be able to carry out the mission that we want to. And I think we found that with other partnerships and other organizations and things that we will go through. But I would probably have to get back to you on those more specific numbers. But for right now, that is.
Okay. Thank you. Looks like we have a question from Christy coming next.
All right. So my dad is a dentist, and I spent a lot of time working in the dental office. And I'm curious, what are you making the chews out of? Like, what is that product? And then what type of regulation is there around that industry?
Absolutely. Do you mind going to the ingredients slide in the questions?
Yes.
It's after the thank you slide.
Excuse me. Sorry.
No, you're all good. Sorry. So we actually do have a list of ingredients that go from wheat starch to rice flour and all of that. And then we also have vitamins listed. It's right after that, Berkeley, I think. It's one of the next ones. Yeah, there you go. So sorry about that. There's the list of ingredients and important vitamins that we have. We also have protein and glycerol and all of that. I come from a family, and so does Berkeley. We have some dentists in our family as well, and that's something that we're talking through. My cousin actually owns a dentist office, and that is something that I will be reaching out to. But we find that these ingredients are similar to greenies and Dentacooker, which are edible for humans technically without the other cancerous chemicals and stuff that they put it in for dogs. So we feel that dentist offices should be our friends in this position, and that we will be best able to explain to them how our product works and be able to have a partnership with them.
Additionally, and to add on to that, when it comes to regulations and FDA approval, I will pull up this previous slide. So a lot of toothpastes actually do not have FDA approval because they do not have a quote strong medical claim, even though they obviously do work, and that it's just a bit of a loophole that you have to go through. But if you remain diligent with possible patent issues, like we don't need FDA approval in this point in time.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. James.
Would love to discuss competition. It looks like, at least from a product standpoint, there is at least one competitor offering something in each category. So what's like a barrier to entry stopping them from offering the full stack that you plan on offering?
Berkeley, do you want to take that one and go back to the competitor slide?
Yes.
Were you able to hear that question?
I'm sorry, that cut out. Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. Just from a competition standpoint, it looks like your competitors can cover any category. So what's stopping them from taking the whole stack that you're planning on offering?
Absolutely. So a lot of these competitors, for example, Raleigh Brush, it's a very small Italian brand. They do not have that digestibility and they don't have the philanthropic aspect. And I think that mainly has to do with their marketing strategy, since they're very small. And I feel like we can have a better approach to that. And for example, Bite, if you can see, that's the third column. That's different because it has an actual pod that you put on the toothbrush. They're not looking towards actual replacement of the toothbrush. They still require water. And all of these companies aren't looking for all of our criteria.
To add on to that, we find that these competitors have different missions and kind of are aiming towards different targets that they're trying to resolve, such as certain diseases. And some of the ones that are more a chewable thing that you don't digest is more for, you know, speech therapy and things like that. And so we find that we separate ourselves in the fact with our target market and our buy one, give one mission and all that.
Excellent job, Berkeley and Mila.
Thank you so much.
All right, we will have a chance to recalibrate our tech here. Next up, we have, I'm checking my notes, Promio. So Promio, come on up here. You'll have 3 minutes and then we'll open up to Q&A. Good luck.
All right, this is Promio, my solution to the non-transferability clause hindering the coupon market currently. So right now, a majority of discounts are issued by retailers and they contain a non-transferability clause that restricts the buying and selling of those coupons to others. Retailers do this so they can accurately target specific customers and gain market insights, but these restrictions leave enormous amounts of value on the table for consumers because less than 2% of them are redeemed. Right now, there's no platform where discount opportunities can be issued by retailers and then traded by consumers. Our competition in the space comes from two places, the free discount websites like Groupon, Retail Me Not, and Honey, as well as the gray market sale of non-transferable coupons from sites like Facebook and coupon clipping services. But Promio differs from them in that we host a new generation of transferable coupons, unlike anything our competitors are hosting. We create a two-pronged approach to solving the non-transferability problem. First, we provide retailers with a platform to issue transferable discounts to their customers. Then we give the consumers a marketplace to trade those discounts on, and their activity here generates a stream of business insights that brings value back to the retailers. In our B2B segment, we'll provide retailers with a robust business analytics dashboard like this for analyzing consumer discount behavior, and that's going to drive retailers to our low-cost solution. And then on our B2C side is the Promio marketplace and wallet, where consumers can trade and collect various types of opportunities, such as single-use promos, reusable free shipping tokens, or even stackable discounts. And then for our tech stack, we'll utilize the Tableau data visualization API to provide a seamless analytics dashboard to our retailers. And our marketplace and wallet service will be hosted on the ERC 721 smart contract standard. That's going to ensure secure transactions, transferability, and low friction payment collection. And ERC 721 will tokenize each discount opportunity, validating its worth in the real world for the consumer who holds it. For our market, in the US alone, over 142 million adults redeemed coupons in 2021. Of those, 104 million redeem mobily and are willing to search for the coupons they want. And with a go-to-market strategy that targets high-traffic businesses without strong advertising infrastructure, we believe we can provide retailers with the infrastructure they need and capitalize on their consumer traffic to grow our own platform to 10 million users in the first year. For revenue, Promio takes 10% of the value of each sold discount opportunity and 10% of the cost savings at redemption. And we've estimated the average sale price of an opportunity at $3 and the average cost savings at $7. And if each of our users makes one redemption and one trade on our platform, in the first year, we project about $10 million in revenue. And lastly, Promio is designed on the principles of sustainable development. The ability to build a wallet of discounts with real value is born from innovation in the way we interact with discounts and the retailers that provide them. And so by unlocking this previously restricted marketplace, Promio shapes a new generation of shoppers who are maximizing their discount opportunities and becoming more responsible consumers. Thank you.
All right, great job, Jack. We can kick off the questions from the judges. You can stand over here, so you have the mic there. Christy,
I can get
first.
started. Hi, Jack. Thank you for this. I'm wondering if you can kind of walk me through just a case study or scenario of how this would work. Like I know today, some companies will incentivize promoters by saying, okay, share this code with your friends and you get money off on our site. Or there's some codes that you can find anywhere on the internet. So like, how do you see this working in real life? Can you walk me through a case study of that?
Sure. Do you have a story you like? Anything.
A story like, I don't know, Gap.
All right. So you're a valued Gap customer. On your birthday, they send you 15% off, but you've already made all your Gap purchases for the year. So then you pick somebody else who has a big Gap purchase coming up, say $1,000. And so on that purchase, they're going to save $150 if they get your discount. So you might sell it to them for $50, and then they've saved $100 because they got an opportunity that they didn't have before.
I think I want to expand on that question a little bit. So like, what is my incentive as someone who's looking for coupons to go onto this platform? Like, what's my marginal benefit versus just like searching for the coupon that I want?
Well, if you've ever searched for the coupons on our competitors' sites, they're not always accurate. Some of them are old and expired, and some of them you have to have, whatever other codes associated with it. So the benefit to you is that you can build a portfolio of coupons, we'll say. So some of them will be redeemable, single use redeemable. Others continue and, for infinite duration, like a free shipping coupon or something of the sort. So the value to you is that you can build a collection that matters to you rather than just kind of being a wall that these retailers are throwing their coupons at and hoping one of them sticks.
A lot of coupons are still clipped. Would like to know if there's any, factor to take into consideration for physical coupons. Are you strictly looking at?
So physical coupons, the original idea was to upload the coupons that you had yourself, except the non-transferability clause comes into play there. So in the future, in a new generation of coupons, which we're hoping to create, that will be an option, uploading your own coupons. But for now, we're looking to help retailers bring their discount opportunities online and kind of convert them to this new style of, secondhand marketplaces.
Great job, Jack. So next up, we will first get their slides up, and then we have Homebody Live. So, all right, I'll let you take it away. Good luck, Homebody Live. I'll just switch.
Scroll. 'Cause it's a PDF. Yeah. That's the problem. Stop this for a second. There it is. right, look out of your way.
Scroll. Oh, no, sorry. Wrong one. Okay. So we all know that working out is hard, and there's so many different fitness options out there. Yet, for some reason, we're always looking for the next new thing that's going to help us achieve our goals. Now, as consumers, we get stuck subscribing to apps and programs that give us on-demand content with no real connection to our creators. Now, as creators, we often spend hours producing and uploading video content with no real returns to our businesses and low engagement rates. Now, Homebody is a platform that bridges the gap between creator monetization and engaging user experience with customizable and directional live experiences. So creators create a class, they set up their class with customizable widgets, they set their class price, and then they publish their class, and all they have to do is post the class to be live. So there's huge market opportunity within this, and we're actually seeing a massive shift towards supporting the niche creator market. And right now, we're seeing live streaming up 13% more than we'd actually have to capture very little of the market share in order to make this a growing success. So 30% paying an average of $23 a month to hit an annual recurring revenue of $1 million. And currently, we are going to leverage our influencer and athlete partnerships, corporate wellness partnerships, with brand recognition, and our referral programs in order to make success. We like to brand and our now, our competitors, such as people are spending money as well as focusing on live. You make one of the two ways. The user is or is able to purchase the creator actually sets the class price. It came with 12 years of experience in fitness, as well as a combined 20+ years of experience in product development and branding. And we have 3 types of our traction has increased 100% in just 3 months, and that's $1 billion in our past. That is these are some of our data creators. So we raised $500,000 in our seed. We project that by the end of thank you, and we look forward to the future.
This morning. All right, thank you, Homebody. Sophia, Nicole, great job. We have questions from the judges, I'm sure. I see Joe's ready.
I can get started. Maybe it's a 2-part question. How are you thinking about quality of the trainers on the platform? And then, like, how have you thought about like the sort of supply and demand dynamics here, just between the
in terms of quality, we actually set trainers, so they have to go through an application process, and they're able to either submit their certification. So on our app, we'll actually let you know if the trainer is certified or if there's just an influencer that is not certified, so you get that kind of differentiation. And then in terms of supply, so supply and demand, we're doing based off the influencers first. So what we're seeing right here is that there's actually a niche market between a lot of our influencers that have, we're not just going to people who know followers that have people that have better engagement rates, right, and have great connections to their users. So if you get the right types of influencers on board first, then you can bring customers in, and really that's when you can impact.
We have a question from Christy next.
So I'm trying to a follow-on question to that. So if you're an influencer and you already have an audience, and on your platform, they would be giving away 20% of the revenue to you, like what would their incentive be, versus coming into a platform where they're going to grow their audience, and thus, take advantage of that opportunity?
keep the 20% to them with livelihood and support and interacting with your creators that you don't get on demand. So we're actually driving engagement that way to them, and then we also, because it's how we can do it, so support our creators through giving them the tools and resources and many other shopfront to sell their own products. And on top of that, we are looking to spend marketing and ad spend for our creators as well. And then also we can have a social program so to help them become better when it comes to building their brand. As well as we actually talked a lot of creators and we looked at a company like Peloton, and they didn't really reward their instructors and that they would go to business. So we plan to kind of give them bonus payouts depending on what KPIs they hit and really reward our creators.
We have time for one more question from James.
Just a quick question. You said you have a kind of credit system, right? Where, people can buy some credits. Kind of curious, is there any difference in prices between classes? Like, can trainers set the price, and then what happens to the credits?
So honestly, Homebody keeps the cost of the discounted credits because we do a similar model to like Class Pass. So that more credits you purchase, the bigger the discount is, but we will be even cost.
And just to click on that real quick, live streaming, classes for their average is $20. Around $5. The average in this space is around $23 a month, so we're hoping to do that. And we plan to expand over the next year to, get it. And some stuff like
Thank you, Sophia and Nicole. All right, next up, we have Opt for You. We're staying within this fitness theme. You will see what I mean in just a few minutes, depending on how quickly we get these slides up. Thank you, guys.
Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry, before you guys start, I just got a note from my two guys. Either use a microphone while I'm here or that's because otherwise you're on the webcast.
Good. Mic check. Is that if anybody can hear on the screen? Good? Good?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mark Katzev,
My name is Victor Schultz.
and we are both freshman student athletes at the Gabelli School of Business. Our company is Opt for You, where we connect NCAA athletes with sponsorship opportunities. On July 1st, 2021, a federal legislation was passed that allowed NCAA athletes to make money off their personal brands, otherwise known as NIL. Prior to this, NCAA athletes could not get sponsorships or any brand deals. Opt for You is a network that connects NCAA athletes with sponsorship and brand opportunities. Ever since the NIL legislation was passed, only the top 1% of collegiate athletes were able to take advantage of their name, image, and likeness, mostly football and basketball players. Our mission is to bring recognition to the other 99% who are overlooked and underappreciated. We also realized that 50 athletes with 2,000 followers has a bigger social reach than one athlete with 100,000 followers. So what we decided to do is serve as a middleman, providing brands with bundles of micro-influencer student athletes. At Up For You, we're facilitating and capitalizing on this opportunity. Athletes sign up to our network at no cost to them. Meanwhile, we actively work to pitch our marketing model to brands. When we start deal negotiations with a brand, we establish the exact demographic of athletes that best fits their needs, along with the price that they have to pay per athlete. We then provide them with athletes that fit the parameters of the deal and take a 30% commission on the payment. Finally, the athletes go through with their end of the deal, which is typically a simple Instagram post of the product, and then get paid by us. As student athletes ourselves, Mark and I truly understand the difficulties of being an athlete in college. This is why we strive to provide maximum value, not only for the businesses we work with, but also for all of our athletes. Between long practices and classes, it's very difficult for a college athlete to find the time to work or make any additional money. Up For You is a unique opportunity for them to monetize their lifestyle and make some extra cash. On the other hand, for brands, we provide a direct pipeline into an almost entirely untapped market of unique micro-influencers. There are currently 480,000 NCAA athletes in the United States, but this number is constantly changing and growing due to the graduating class and the incoming freshman recruits. Given the recency of the emergence of this market, it's very difficult to put an exact number on the sheer capitalization potential that it has. Luckily, we can reference a few analogical markets to get a better understanding of where that could be. These are the social influencer marketing and pro athlete sponsorship markets. In the US alone, pro athlete sponsorships totaled $16.4 billion in 2021. In the same year, social influencer marketing spending surpassed $4 billion. If we take just 1% of these two markets, we have a potential $200 million industry. This is the first year this opportunity is available. Because of this, most NCAA athletes have not had the opportunity to work with brands. And most brands have not had the opportunity to work with NCAA athletes. The time to act is now. Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent job, guys. Let's kick off with some questions from the judges. James.
Love to hear your thoughts on competition, specifically any competitive advantage you feel you have over a lot of the new companies doing something similar.
So a lot of the companies that, since this is so new, there's two kinds of companies that are our competitors. There's the ones that were the sports marketing agencies before that worked with pro athletes or other athletes that were always eligible to get sponsorships. And then there's other companies that have a similar business model to us. But the thing in this industry is that we're not competing for athletes with the other companies. The companies that are working, that were previously marketing agencies, are mainly working with that top 1% of athletes that provide value to brands as individuals. Whereas we're trying to get the other 99% that need to be bunched for them to have value. And with those other companies that are doing what we're doing similarly, we're not competing for the athletes. So essentially we're competing for the businesses. And since that market is so large of businesses and brands that want to promote their product, there isn't really a competition because since this is so recent and new.
The athletes could sign up for any network and they have unlimited opportunities for sponsorship deals.
Yeah, so there's no exclusivity between us and other companies, and no other companies are applying exclusivity since it's not like they're contracting a marketing agent or something like a pro athlete would.
How did you guys arrive at the 30% take rate, and how are you guys thinking about the scalability of the model?
So 30% is it's kind of like it fits the range where we're able to take a percent that makes it worth it for us, but we're also still able to pay the athletes enough for it to be worth their while. And scalability wise, it's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. As soon as we start bringing in more deals and more athletes are going to start seeing that their friend, like, so the thing about the college athlete world is that all college athletes know other college athletes playing other sports, going to other schools. So as soon as you see your friends getting sponsorship, for your friends who are the same, like normal people like you, other athletes are getting sponsorship deals, you're going to be inclined to sign up for our network since there's no barrier of entry. And then as we get more athletes, we get more brand deals, and as we get more brand deals, that attracts more athletes. And as long as like the concept proves itself, that's how it expands.
Since the athletes are using Instagram to promote the product, when they make the Instagram post, they're also going to write, "Thank you, Up For You, for giving us the sponsorship opportunity." And when the other athletes see it, they'll follow us and they'll sign up for our network because these other micro influencer athletes can't get these opportunities by themselves.
So one of the challenges of being in a middleman role is that once the connection is made between a brand and an athlete, they might take it off the platform and do it outside of you. Do you have any approach to how you might keep everything in house?
Yeah, so we can't really stop a brand. So once we make that initial connection, we can't really stop a brand from working with an athlete in the future. From some of the deals that we've started working on already, we've established the fact that each deal is kind of a basis for a potential next deal based on the results of the first one. But on top of that, kind of our model relies on the fact that the power of numbers, right? So since we're not giving a brand a single athlete that's going to give them a reach of 50,000, we're giving them 50 athletes that each have 2,000 followers. And as a collective, they're providing value to the brand. By themselves, they don't really have the reach or the value for the brand to go on the back end. And if once we have that deal, if there isn't a potential for a new deal in the future, then it doesn't really matter for us if that athlete continues working with the company, because at the end of the day, there's still more deals for them to come. Like one athlete isn't limited to one deal. We could get one athlete to deal with this company and then this company and this company. So for us, it doesn't really make a difference because we don't lose that athlete as a customer.
All right, thank you for you. Great job, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Next up is Marcus. Marcus is closing up this round of pitches, so no pressure, Marcus.
Just a little bit.
Do you all want to do?
Hi, everyone, can you hear me? Hi, I'm Marcus, very excited to be here, and I'm pitching my company Catalyst, a marketplace connecting artists and fans. Let's get started. So this piece here is my first NFT I bought back in August. Essentially, NFT is short for non-fungible token, and it's a unique digital asset that can be bought and sold in cryptocurrency. In 2021, NFT sales hit $25 billion. And average roughly 50,000 weekly transactions, effectively creating an entire new economy for digital artists and inviting in established brands like Christie's and Louis Vuitton to the space. So noticing how NFTs transform the art market, I was curious what value they could add to the music, specifically in helping independent artists. While indie artists generated almost $900 million in revenue in 2019, the market for these creators is fundamentally broken. For example, on Spotify, you had to have about 3 million streams just to make $12,000. And about 70% of all independent artists make $10,000 or less per year on the music. Essentially, it's not economically viable to be an independent artist in the economy. Furthermore, the current structure robs fans of creating genuine connections with their favorite artists. And also, there is no way for regular people like you and me to invest in the music that we love. So to solve these problems, Catalyst will allow artists to sell their music as NFTs in order to be properly compensated for their work, to create investment opportunities for their fans, and to create new engagement experiences for their community. Relative to our competition, our value proposition to fans is that we offer affordability, ownership opportunities, and access to their favorite musicians. So our target market for our creators are artists with 50,000 or more followers on social media, and who also have 100,000 or more monthly listeners on stream. And on the consumer side, it's men and women aged 27 to 35 who have purchased selected goods. So basically how this would work is next month we're doing a demo release in the band's package. What will happen is they will release a song on streaming and then announce to their fans that it's available on Catalyst. Then faculty NFT editions will be created on Catalyst and listed for sale for the fans to come purchase. From there, fans who purchase the NFT will gain access to the faculty online community and have their NFTs hosted on Catalyst to either hold or sell when they choose to. And in terms of our revenue structure, we will take a 10% gross fee of all NFT sales, and on the secondary market, we will take a 5% commission. Thank you for your time. And I'm open to
Great job, Marcus. I'm sure we have, the word NFT. Many, many questions. Judges, whoever wants to go first. Joe.
So can you just talk to me a little bit about why you chose to use NFTs versus just enabling this model with a more traditional tech stack?
Sure. I think, for one, the ability to resell it is the main setup for having NFTs. So for example, like Patreon, I could subscribe to someone's Patreon, but I can't say, hey, I can take this $5 monthly subscription. 10 years. So I think that's the main use case of using NFTs. Also, too, it's to own like a piece of music, you can verify it with an NFT smart contract. So it's like saying, I can buy the first like Drake album in 2009, something like that.
Can you walk me through some of your growth projections? Like I think NFTs are still in many areas like new and misunderstood. So like how do you see the growth and scalability of this business?
Sure. I think in terms, so I'll answer in two questions. And one, in terms of NFT market, year over year, I think last year. So I think the model of NFTs in that market will be around to come. Two, I think the technology behind it, in terms of verifying ownership, is important for how our society is going forward. And on the music side, independent artists have been, it's been a more popular track to start in the early career and they're first going to a record label. One, because record labels can get these horrendous songs that artists get back. They've taken advantage of a lot of creators. So I think focusing on your community and building that, you already see on social media, that's a lot of from their presence. I think focusing on that and then having the community being represented is a much attractive option for it.
With Rarefy and OpenSea kind of developing similar products, what do you feel from a competition standpoint will make you stand out?
So for specifically OpenSea, they don't really vet their artists who they let on to OpenSea. So it can be anyone. I could create a music NFT on $20 or whatever. But with us, I'm going, and people, the team is going to vet each artist. Going back to the target market of having those certain metrics, having over 100 monthly listeners, 100,000 monthly listeners, and 50,000 on social. That makes it so we can scale these NFT editions to create communities around the songs versus just a smaller artist maybe who doesn't have much of a following. They can only do one-of-one like music NFT sales, so it doesn't create that community around the songs. It's us who can incorporate thousands of Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. And I've got more that we're going to cut the break. We are going to jump right into a virtual presentation from Fox.
Perfect. Let me go ahead and share my screen. All right, can you all hear me just fine?
Yep.
Perfect. Sunny, do you have audio as well?
So while this is getting set up, I'll just hang on 1 second, Vans and Supreet. So for all the presenters, can you guys make sure you use your mics? Because what I'm getting word of is that the live stream people can't hear anything when you're not wearing a lavalier or you're not speaking clearly into that mic up there. So for everybody who's coming around behind, if you could please do that, that would be helpful. Dean Rapiccioli is in the house. She snuck in while no one was looking. So she's early, but here. So I want to make sure everybody does an extra good job here in the second half. So thanks.
All right, just let us know when we can begin and we will go ahead and get started. Perfect. Give me 1 second. I think you said I can begin. Perfect. Let me just make sure. Cool. Today we'll be sharing our business boxed.
So what is Boxed? It's a smarter solution for securing your at-home deliveries, but what do we mean by that?
So take Emma, an online shopper. Currently without Boxed, Emma shops online, places an order, and receives shipping confirmation. The driver completes her delivery and leaves the package on her doorstep. One of two things happen. Emma's package is delivered or Emma's package is stolen, which leads to problems for Emma and the businesses losing more money.
And so what's the problem with this? To put it bluntly, it's theft. For starters, more than $5 billion in packages were stolen in 2020, with that number only rising. The majority of consumers have been victims of package theft in the last year, with more than half having had multiple parcels stolen during that time, and it's a particularly painful and prominent problem during the holiday season. So where's the opportunity for Boxed? Well, it's an exponentially growing market, as evidenced by half of all Americans receiving a package every week to the tune of over $20 billion annually. Additionally, there's a proven crime problem, with half of consumers being afraid of having their packages stolen and avoiding buying certain items accordingly. So Box can come in and secure these packages whilst eliminating the need for consumers to have to wait at home to meet their delivery drivers, offering safety, security, and convenience. Most importantly, there's already a demonstrated willingness from consumers to pay for a solution, as half of American consumers have already spent on average over $190 on cameras and other ineffective solutions.
So with this opportunity, we are the smarter solution, and this is our prototype we've been working on. We pair together an easy-to-use mobile app that has full control and compatibility with our modular smart at-home storage system that will address and solve the issues consumers are facing with at-home deliveries. So our process is simple. Now, Emma, our online shopper, shops online, generates and includes the box code in her shipping instructions. The driver delivers that package using that generated code. Emma is notified of the successful delivery, where she can view the mobile app to see the delivery in real time or even view past recordings of deliveries. Meanwhile, her items are safely secured by Box. So who are our competitors, right? The concept of solutions for at-home deliveries is relatively new, but current carriers have focused on away-from-home solutions and being carrier exclusive. Think USPS PO boxes, Amazon lockers, and even FedEx store pickup. Our competitive advantages include being an at-home solution that is carrier agnostic and has various features to enhance security and privacy.
And so how big can this be? Census data indicates that 37 million or so households comprise our target, or SOM, being made up of more suburban, single or multifamily households. On the right side, we've broken out our business model with both purchase and lease options, with the box unit itself starting at $199 in the purchase model with an optional $5 monthly subscription, or alternatively, an integrated lease package. And so finally, why us? We're the team that's going to bring Box to life because we have Vance Codrington, a sales guru at Square with extensive startup experience, and myself, Sunpreet Singh, bringing years of expertise from the digital forefront of 3 of the big 4 advertising groups as the co-founders. And we're working together with our tech lead, Omer Turhan, a Marine veteran, who's since been taking on positions of increasing tech leadership at Microsoft and now Northrop Grumman, as well as our lead hardware engineer, Dion Butterbaugh, one of the last of a dying breed working in US manufacturing lines with a focus on supply chain. Thank you so much.
Oh, what's your cost to produce a box? You have a $199 price, but I'm sure it costs a lot to ship it, produce it.
Yeah, really good question. So what we're doing right now is we're actually in the hardware development phase with our lead Dion Butterball. And what we've done is been able to source a lot of the micro components that are actually part of the hardware. So what we're looking at is the microprocessor, the camera, and various components. All of that without the cost of the actual metal of the box is roughly $30. One thing we're still doing right now, which is part of what this funding would be used for, is actually sourcing what would be the best kind of approach for producing the box. So there's 3D printing and, there's, evolutions in that space with 3D printing sheet metal, et cetera, or just going, the typical cast iron model, which could, increase costs in a different direction.
Who actually bears the cost of all these lost packages? And are you sure you're targeting the right customer with the product?
Yeah, so really good question. I think that what we're doing is, so there's 2 people that bear the cost, right? Cost is not just the dollars spent, it's also the time and inconvenience. So a lot of people, have this understanding that Amazon is the, only place that, packages are getting delivered from. So of course, in that case, they're the marketplace and the provider, the carrier. So in that case, you're just reaching out to customer support. They'll probably send you something new, but you still have to go through that process, right? But when you look at retailers like Macy's.com, is Macy's.com taking the actual hit, or is it DHL that said they successfully delivered the package? Now the customer's having to go contact both channels and actually truly understand who's replacing my package, if anybody, right? So there's a lot of unknowns in that space about who's really doing it. And that's actually a part of the presentation that we haven't touched on, which is a whole different market, which is reverse logistics.
And I'd love to learn more about the research you did into the dimensions of the box. I'm just, as I was looking at it, I was thinking about the types of packages I receive and how many and what sizes they are. And so what is your modeling behind the actual dimensions and the typical user shipments or deliveries?
Really good question. So our research shows that we showed a little bit earlier, it might have been quick, but 85% of packages actually fall under 5 pounds. And with the USPS using them as a standard model, we support 9 out of the 12 packages of the flat rate boxes that they offer today. So most, retailers are actually going towards flat rate because it supports up to 70 pounds for a standard cost of shipping, opposed to odd shaped sizes and packages. So in this case, our dimensions, it goes about 4 feet high. And then there's widths as well that support kind of different size packages, right? So the idea is that maybe you're not gonna have 20 different packages in there depending on the sizes, but we definitely support all different shapes and sizes. And I can happily expand on that if you have additional questions for that.
Thank you, Team Box. Excellent job. Next up, we are back to in person with Coattails. Coattails.
Oh, okay.
And that's on.
Oh, we have to wait to start though.
Okay.
Oh, look, there they are.
Right. You guys can start
Wait,
with the
yeah,
back and
yeah.
then
Yeah. Can you hear me? Does this work? Is this working? Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, we get to stand up here during it, so that's good. Did it start remotely? Mm-hmm. Even this one.
All right, now we can kick off Coattails. We ended up having a small break after all. Coattails, take it away.
Okay, hi, my name is Sailor Kirsch.
And I'm Princess Casey Kirsch.
And this is Coattails. Coattails is an online thrift community that answers thrifters' most common question, where has this been? Each piece of clothing listed for sale on our website will be accompanied by a moment or a story that the owner feels captures the essence of the piece and then conveys it to the buyer.
Thrifting used to be seen as only a lower class activity to buy cheaper clothes. In past years, this has changed drastically. New age thrifting has now become a cool new way to buy vintage clothing, but many people are still wary. This is where we come in.
We are breaking through the barriers that the business of thrifting still holds on to. Whether it's a sweatshirt worn on the first day of school or a dress worn on a date at the Met, the story will provide a little bit more about where your clothes have come from. This way, this will add value to the item as well as give confidence to the buyer that they know their clothes have a history, that it hasn't just been picked up anywhere. This is the main concern that most people who steer away from thrifting have. Their clothes have been somewhere that they never would have wanted. This way, we are targeting those already in the thrifting community as well as those who have been previously against it.
Our market will include college girls and new age thrifters from every area of the country and world. These people appreciate a bargain, but most importantly, the value and story of the product. This also appeals to men who, for example, want to say, I wore this when the Red Sox won the World Series, opening up a market that was once much more narrow. Here you see our mother pictured abroad from Fordham in 1996 in Paris, and our friend who bought this sweater in Peru. Found at any thrift store, it'd be seen as just any article of clothing, but at Coattails, it comes to life. These stories will then connect the buyer and the seller, creating a tighter knit community than ever.
The goal is for the buyer to get what they need out of the item, add to the story, and then resell again on our website. This way, there are connections made worldwide and the stories will never stop being made.
The total addressable market is $77 billion, growing at a rate of 21% a year. The thrifting community is growing at a rate 11 times faster than retail.
A huge part of thrifting is making new connections with people, which is something that has been lost in the transition to online stores. We at Coattails want to add back this personal flair to the business of thrifting by connecting those worldwide through other people and pieces of clothing.
While our competitors contribute to fast fashion, fleeting trends that hurt our environment, our company allows for sustainability in a fresh new way. Depop, Etsy, and others take advantage of the micro trends that go in and out of fashion. Our company will allow for appreciation of clothing from all eras because you'll be contributing to the meaningful story. Using standard open source technologies will reduce costs, increase hiring flexibilities, and improve speed to market. This means you can launch the company quickly and inexpensively.
Buying clothes, shoes, and more secondhand items can significantly reduce fashion's carbon footprint. Secondly, at Coattails, we will also be giving away a percentage of our earnings to a company called Dress for Success, which is a nonprofit that provides clothing for low-income women to continue with their job process and interview process. We want to turn a standard business interaction into a connection and a community. This is Coattails. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you to both of the Kirsch sisters. We'll start taking questions from the judges.
Before we start, I'm sorry, so again, I apologize for keeping things intrusive. Live stream can't hear anything, so if you guys can speak into that microphone more clearly.
Yeah.
And maybe you can get that bottle there closer to you. The judges are all coming through the clock, but unfortunately.
Sorry.
So I'm a big fan of the circular economy, and I love this idea of creating more of a connection and community around that. But if I were to think about the things that I might sell at a thrift store, probably most of them don't really have a story. And so I love that hook of like, this was the jersey I wore when the Yankees won the World Series, but what about the vast majority that maybe don't have that story to tell?
I think a great part about what we're doing is that a lot of people, this is what was like through the process, a lot of people are like, not everything has a story. And I think that's not necessarily the point. It's just also knowing where it's come from. Even it's a small story or a big story, as we said, like a sweatshirt worn on the first day of school or a dress worn on a date at the Met. I think even if it's not some grandiose story, we're still giving comfort to people about knowing where these clothes have come from. I have been thrifting and I've actually bought these pants thrifting and still have been like, where has this, like, I love these pants, but I've wondered where they've been. And I think it would give me a lot of comfort knowing who had them previously, where they wore them, even if it's not some large story. I think it gives people a lot of comfort.
How do you validate the story that comes along with the piece of clothing?
I think that we don't really need to validate the stories.
If we were selling something that someone wore on a red carpet, maybe we would need to validate it, but because these are going to be relatively inexpensive articles of clothing, I think we're just going to trust the people in the thrifting community on this one. And something that we talked to a bunch of people who consider themselves part of the thrifting community. I think a great thing that we have already is there's a lot of sense of trust and self-policing already in the thrifting community, because this is an issue that we actually find more on our competitors like Depop and all those things. The upselling of the clothes is actually a bigger issue than what the story would be. So I think that these people who are going to be adding a story actually want to be part of the community, so they aren't going to be trying to like cheat people out of deals and stuff.
For people donating clothes, how do you get them to want to post their stories of the clothes they're donating?
Well, I just think that a lot of people will be interested in the idea that we're giving away some of our money to something that will be a good cause. And we want to be a part of that. We chose Dress for Success because we think it's a great company. They're giving all the clothes that they have to low-income women to get them into the job interview process, and we love that. So I think that giving that will incentivize people who are kind of choosing between either donating or becoming a part of us. Like we give people some money, but we also are giving away some of ours as well.
Excellent job. Again, Coattails, great concept. So next up, we have Shop Saiba. And once again, we get to do this pitch in person. Hopefully, the number of in-person pitches we get to see hopefully represents a new normal. So Saiba, welcome. Will help you. You don't. We have your slides already. I would wear this mic. I think it was here. You think this is better? Okay, test. That's good. Yeah, I would put it, see how mine is like right here. Yeah, that's good. And then you can just kind of stick that in your pocket, or there's a clip on there. Okay, just to make sure you're heard. Thank you. Good luck.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah, you can start.
So in the dead of the pandemic, I wanted to get a second ear piercing to go from the left to the right. There wasn't much I could do with the jewelry that I had to decorate my ear. And while my father disapproved of me getting another piercing during COVID, instead, my mother suggested I design a piece, which I could easily get made at the jewelers in Bangladesh, as there's this great culture of these artisans manifesting the ideas of their customers. While I didn't have the budget for something in solid gold, I opted to create something in sterling silver and gold-plated versions of the one design that I did envision. After I went back on campus when classes were in person, all of my friends would ask me, "Where did you get those pieces? Where can I get them?" Even strangers stopped to compliment me, and after a while, many suggested, why don't I just sell them? And something that provided me with a creative outlet also facilitated the birth of my business, Shop Saiba. So now I have set up an Instagram account recently in order for these college students and my friends to have access to these designs. Now, the benefit of my store is that unlike high street brands like Zara or H&M, they don't produce high quality metal jewelry. So their pieces tarnish when they come into contact with water or sweat, and they're shaped with cheap metals like nickel or other alloys, and they leave a green residue when they do come into contact with water or sweat. The fine jewelry brands that do exist, like Maduri or Misoma London, do not have a reasonable price point for young men and women to invest in their designs. Also, the college demographic does not want to pay a hefty price point for something they'll see a lot of people wear. Their prices range from $60 to upwards of $100. And considering that all of my pieces are under $40, that's an extremely competitive rate, considering the exclusivity that I also offer. Now, these big brands sell to hundreds of thousands of people, and I'm committed to keeping my designs unique. So after the production of a certain amount of a certain quantity of a particular design. Once it's gone, it's gone. There's not going to be a restock. So it's truly exclusive in nature, and people can, someone can feel the individuality of the designs. I use thickly plated 18 karat gold and sterling silver. So there's 2 colors for all of my designs. It's a durable piece, and you can keep it for years and years. You can pass it down in your family if you want, since it's such a high quality piece. They're also hypoallergenic, so it's safe for sensitive skin. And all of my pieces are recyclable and sustainable. And I've decided to give back to the women in my hometown by returning 5% of all profits back to homeless women. And that goes a long way, since even $5 means enough food for a week. Knowing all of this, many of my initial supporters have sent in orders, which I'm so grateful for. And at this point, I need capital to bring this vision to life, and with a strong start. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Saiba. Excellent job. We'll take a few questions from the judges. Christy.
Can you walk us through the economics of this? You mentioned it's higher quality materials, but will be less than some of the larger brands. So what are the economics?
Right. I do understand there's like a concern about whether I'm leaving money on the table or not, because we've all seen these luxury brands that artificially inflate their prices, like a t-shirt that costs probably $10 in production. Brands have sold them for 300, even 1,000 in resale. So I am operating at a moderate scale right now, but it doesn't mean that I'm really not making profit. I know after 10,000 units, this will be a very healthy business. And right now, because of word of mouth, I'm so happy that people are enjoying their pieces, and I didn't expect them to be so brand loyal, and they're coming back for duplicates to give to other people. And by word of mouth, people are coming to me. I don't even know these people, and they're like following the page, they're sending messages, they're sending in orders. It's all overwhelming at this point, but through brand extension, people are talking about it, and they're sending other people to purchase items. So there is a big margin of profitability. And at this point, I can't account for it right now because I'm still in the initial stages. This has only been 2 weeks, and I'm getting such an overwhelming response. But thank you.
Sounds great. Where are you getting the materials for your pieces?
Right. So I have direct access to my vendor, which is in Bangladesh. He's also, we call him like uncles in Bangladesh. So yeah, it's somebody where I know for a really long time.
What other products are you thinking of offering down the line?
What other products? Well, I started with one earring design which I'm wearing today. It's like a cuff earring, but you can put it in as a stud, which gives the illusion of something that it's not. I started with that, and now these are pearl versions. I came up with rings. People have started asking me to make necklaces. So based on customer demand, I'm going through bracelets now and like designing other things. I'm thinking of expanding into like other pieces too, like bracelet net rings that are connected. There's a wide range that I could go into.
Thank you, Saiba. Excellent job today. Great. We are re-entering the remote world for one more pitch. Next up, we have AMA presenting virtually. So whatever our wizard Will needs to do to make that happen will begin happening on the screen, and we will see AMA shortly. I call him a wizard. He's also an intern, dual function.
Oh, hi. Could you see my screen? Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Qian Deng, and I'm a master's degree student in Fordham University. It's my honor to present today. Now, there are 5 members in our team who are from investment bank, IT department, and so on. Today, Ms. Tsai attends in Zoom, who is a computer engineer in our team. Our project is AMA, means Ask Me Anything, which is a comprehensive career coaching firm. We found problems in China's undeserved career coaching industry. As we all know, there is a fierce competition in job marketing. From this data about graduation, student willing, and training programs, it is obvious that supply and demand is imbalanced. These are some pictures about student feedbacks concerning career consulting firms. This implies some problems, such as high fee that students cannot afford, bad service, heavy sales but non-scalable business model, and even illegal internships. Aiming to these problems, we want to create a platform for students to build network with otherwise inaccessible mentors. We divided the whole model into 3 processes. The first step is to network with mentors. In this step, students can also choose mentorship as they want. Then is to practice more to improve their skills. The last step is to match their skills to the market. This is our business model. Our revenue is mainly from commission fee and advertisement fee. This is a revenue trend, which is an exponential revenue growth driven by number of followers on Reddit and TikTok. In product launch timeline, until now, we have already created an application including one-on-one mentoring, profile revise, and mock interview. And we also invited 500 experts from different industries. The application will public in May. So this is our major function to public in May, which is on-demand mentorship function. For mentors, they can get 20% transaction fee, and this is also a good chance for them to networking. For mentees, the whole project is designed for them, so they can get effective way to be a qualified candidate. Because our market includes domestic and international Chinese students, so we collect competitors, partners around the world. Most of them only dig into one part, but we are a big comprehensive platform. Among of them, training videos part lists our potential partners. If we can get some investment, we intend to use this fund to recruit some special skill talents such as software engineer to cooperate with some influencers to enlarge the market and to spend on G&A. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Qian. We will take some questions from the judges.
Would love to hear how you get mentors on the platform, given a lot of them already have high compensation with their current firm. Why would they go to your platform to earn, let's say $200 an hour?
Oh, a good question. Can I invite my team member to answer this question? Because I'm mainly responsible for the market research part. Okay. Hi, Ms. Tai.
If she's
Hi.
on the Zoom right now, that's fine. Yes.
Yeah. So I can take the question. Thanks for the question. That's a good question. We actually consider this question a lot of times. So I think this mainly depends on 2 parts. One part is the mentors we actually recruit at the first stage. Our mentor who already start to mentor students, and they have the willing to help those who undergo the same job seeking process, who exactly have the painful points as them. So that's kind of the mentor we are actually want to recruit. That's the first thing. And the second thing, we also help the mentor to build their network and community. So we operate offline community to help the mentor to social and know people in their industry, also people across other industry. So we not only just let the mentor to coach students at what they got. Besides that, we also help the mentor to grow their career as well. Hope this answers your question.
How are you guys thinking about defining or measuring the results of the mentorships on the platform?
Yeah, that's also a good question. So we in the current stage, we have the feedback collection process we're developing right now, which we're going to launch with our product together around May. So we have one feedback form which we will allow students to fill, and also we have a review system showing on the platform. So actually, when students go to the platform, they can see the reviews and like as a star shows from 1 to 5 of each mentor, which have been reviewed by previous students who taken the class. And also there are reviews at the bottom. They can see how students review this is mentors. This is also one way the students help the student to select their ideal mentor.
Could you clarify who that initial customer is? I think you just mentioned students, but in this space, it's a big space, right? You could have coaches focused on career stage, industry, function, goal, and who is that initial customer set?
Yeah, sure. I think the word student might be a little bit confusing when I just say that. So actually we want to see mentees. So right now, the mentees we're targeting are mainly Chinese students, study overseas and study domestic, and they are mostly at the last stage of their career, like career exploration or career job seeking. So at around like I would say junior and senior, who actually want to go into the industry and talk to somebody who's in the industry already, and also like first year and the second year. Like working experienced person. So that's kind of the target users we have for now. We prefer to specific in a particular range of job seekers at the current stage, and then we can see if we can expand the target users.
Okay, that's good job, AMA.
Thank you.
Great.
Thanks for the questions.
So that is all the time we have for questions. Thank you. Next up, we have Stirred. So Stirred can come up here. I see Will coming down already to work his magic. Good luck, Team Stirred. We have a mic here. And then I have another one on me. So I can use the podium.
This is coming through. All right. Clicker. Yeah, can you hear me? Testing, testing, testing. Sounds like it's coming through. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. Right button. Okay. Okay, great. This one. And a little bit of clicker difficulties here. Do I share here? And then share screen. Oh, there we go. Okay, so clicker isn't. Okay, yeah, I'll do the keys. All right. Hi everyone, I'm Cooper, and this is Stir, the social cocktail app. Cocktail culture is on the rise. There's market data to prove that, but when I was getting into cocktails, trying to learn how to make recipes, I found that existing apps that are out there are complicated and expensive. People are posting awesome recipes on existing social media platforms, but I, as a novice, have a really hard time figuring out how to make those or even finding them. These two groups, people creating cocktails and people trying to learn how to make them, are passing by each other like ships in the night. This is where Stir comes in. For regular users like you and me, Stir is a free, ever-expanding menu. You can filter by things like price and strength. You can change your units of measurement, your serving size. You can even enter your ingredients, and Stir will tell you exactly what you can make. On the other hand, for businesses and brands, Stir is a platform natively designed to hold recipes, and their recipes will be on the phones of people they wouldn't otherwise reach. It's the perfect marriage of these two groups, and we at Stir have been working on this for over 1.5 years to get it to you. This is our team. We have Tegan Godfrey, our brilliant coder and chief technical officer. John Rabina has headed up partnerships with liquor companies and marketing, whereas I've taken the lead on design and media. We're in a soft launch phase. It's on the App Store, and we have several hundred downloads pre-marketing push. We're really taking in user feedback and optimizing our product. To that marketing push, we have over 100 original photos prepared, like the ones you're seeing in this presentation. We have marketing media, we have influencer outreach strategies, and those contacts set up. We have a function where you can share Stir off app, recipes off app to bring more people into Stir's community. Community is what we're about here at Stir. This is passion-based social media rather than status-based. It's something that centers people's craft rather than their body image. It's a new way of doing social media that we think tailors it to people's craft, focusing on that, eliminating the negative mental and emotional health consequences inherent to current social medias. Our competition in this realm are a lot of companies that almost get there, but don't quite. They don't connect these two groups, people creating the cocktails and the people looking to learn how to make them. And Stir's the only app that allows users to post directly to the app, get credit for their creativity. It's the only app where businesses can promote themselves independent of prearranged deals. We have several revenue streams. We have ad-based revenue. We have paid partnership infrastructure, Stir store plan, and a bar map. It's a paid subscription feature for bars. The brass tacks is the more users we have, the more ways we can make money and the more money we can make. We know where to find those users in existing communities and existing platforms. We know this market is growing. Drizzly grew 350% year on year, pulled in over 100 million in annual revenue. And Google Trend data, all of it is up for cocktails, cocktail recipes. We have a concrete plan moving forward. Stir is the quintessential cocktail app. It's mixology for the masses. We're going to build out city by city. There's a QR code if you want to download. Thank you, and drink responsibly.
Great, thanks. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Great job. Great QR code for everyone to download later. Excellent idea. Christy, what's every question?
Sure. What's to stop Drizzly from doing this themselves to create more of that marketplace driving sales on their platform?
Yeah, so they're an alcohol home delivery app, and we actually have a little in with some Drizzly people. So we're trying to exploit that and get to work for a partnership for them. They were acquired by Uber. They're in the delivery realm. We're in the cocktail creation realm. We can actually help Drizzly and partner with them as a platform for more people to get into cocktails and promote specific products. We're more looking at specific tailored liquor companies, which we have established contacts. We have a contact sheet, hundreds of lists long with craft distilleries, so that we can leverage those contacts. That's more our bread and butter, whereas Drizzly's in the alcohol home delivery game.
So if you need someone for customer research, I'll give you my contact information.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd appreciate that.
My question, is this app for someone who is going to stay at home and buy the ingredients and make their own cocktails? Or is it for like a mixologist at a bar who's sort of like trying to promote their cocktail menu to people interested in cocktails to attract them to come out into their establishment?
That's a great question. It's for both. So it's sort of creating this this ecosystem whereby those people trying to promote their bars and bring more people in can post to the app, can get that publicity, can reach that new audience of the people just trying to make cocktails at home. And then maybe more of them are coming into their bar. And that's sort of what the bar map feature is built on. It's a tailored list of bars that bars pay to be on. It narrows the 16,000 bars, I think it is in New York, down to a select list, and provides a little coupon for our users, which we bring. It's only a few users to get in the door, and that makes them a lot of money, and they can see how much money that's making them. But to your question, it's for both groups. It allows those people, those mixologists, to promote themselves independent of some like prearranged deal that they would have to go through another recipe app. And then for people like you and me, or I assume you and me, who are just trying to make recipes on the app or figure out how to make a recipe, it's an ever expanding menu with great recipes from those people.
What do you feel is your next big challenge in growth?
So our big challenge is getting those influencers on the app. We have their contact information, so we're really well prepared for that challenge. But it's one of those things where people have to see that it's working to know it's working. And we have some people posting on the app right now, people we don't even know, which is really exciting. But it takes those that sort of top tier of people with beautiful photos who are doing this on Reddit right now and on Instagram, on existing platforms, even despite their inherent limitations, getting them into the platform. And then our other big challenge is getting that bar map up and running, because that is sort of in all of our revenue projections, which we've worked over several times. It's still tentative because obviously a lot of it relies on user data, and CPMs are a lot easier to calculate once we have more users. But a lot of that income proportionally is going to be from the bar map because of just the scale of that and the amount of revenue it can generate for bars and consequently generate for us through subscriptions to that. So that's a big challenge moving forward, is just getting that up and running. You know, we have a plan for that as well with the free, you know, through 2022, we're going to do that for free for bars as we get more users so they can try it out, proof of concept for bars, and then implement a subscription-based service for that.
Excellent job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Our final presentation of the semifinal round. Elsie from Amazonian is ready out the semifinal round. You're in no pressure. Last time I said this, it was a live, which was great. Time to do it.
Quick mic check. Good, okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Elsie Dema, and I stand before you 6 feet tall. I've had to search the ethers of the earth to find clothes that fit. I have tried every trick in the book to look as normal as possible in clothes that seldom keep tall women in mind. So when I was younger, I honestly used to believe I just couldn't afford tall clothes. So I promised myself that one day, when I got a big girl's job, I'd be able to leave those high waters behind and keep these ankles warm in the wintertime. Now I'm from New York, you know it gets cold out here. So years after having my big girl job, I realized that no matter what I was willing to spend, clothes that would virtually fit my height and physique were non-existent. So for an industry that loves to idolize tall women, the reality is retail caters to the masses, and that does not include tall women like me. So the average US woman is about 5'4", quite the gap. And although women 5'9" and up make up less than 5%, there is still 6.5 million women that need to get their clothes from somewhere, from me. So I conducted a survey of tall women's shopping experiences, and I found the following. So about 82% stated inseam as the most difficult part. They just don't come long enough. About 78% said fit, and about 48% stated price. So a recurring pattern in the comments section revealed that in-person shopping is a waste of time. True tall sizes are virtually only available online. Inseam is not provided for women as it is for men. Tall clothes on average is considerably more expensive, and tall women's shopping has contributed to disappointment, self-hate, and discomfort in their own skin. And thus I present to you Amazonian, a tall women specific apparel line. Not only will Amazonian focus on inseam and common pain points, but will also focus on conforming material to flatter and respect our variety of tall curves. And will finally offer the try before you buy experience that tall women have been waiting for. So think of it like a series of events of pop-up showrooms. I'm going to start launching in New York City and LA. The events are going to be promoted on tall specific social groups. So upon arrival to the event, you'll be measured, guided to your section. You could try on clothes in the collection, place your order, and then you will get your mail knowing that it will actually fit. So if you can't make a pop-up event, you can always subscribe to our Amazonian website subscription, where you can bring the try before you commit to a purchase experience to the comfort of your homes. And if you don't want to do that, you could always just go on the website and purchase an item. So major players in this space are exclusively online retailers with no way of trying on your clothes before you purchase them. And Amazonian events and subscription services will give customers the confidence to purchase clothes they know will fit with a touch of that in-person shopping experience that we've all been waiting for. So Amazonian will also take back eligible items for resale on the tall thrift. So when a customer makes a purchase, It registers in their app, they select what they want to resell, upload the photos, and then they receive a shipping label to send back their item. Once there's a buyer, the sales proceeds will be credited to that customer's account for future purchases. Thank you all so much. Please help me clothe my people, and I will welcome any questions.
Thank you all. Amazing job. I'm sure you have questions.
Is your price point comparable to existing clothing lines?
So existing clothing lines in this space probably range from about $70 to like $129 for like, let's say denim item. And my range probably falls between like $70 to $90 per item.
And so is this like full soup to nuts, like designing them, getting them manufactured, retail sales? So like you're owning that whole customer journey, start to finish?
Yes, that whole customer journey, start to finish.
Okay, excellent. And I forgot what I was going to say.
It'll come back to you.
Thank you. Maybe just talk a little bit about the idea behind the pop-ups and like why not just have this be a purely digital business?
So when I conducted my survey, I really did read through like all of the comments. There were quite a few, and a lot of it was mainly like, I just want to try on my clothes. Like, I don't want to have to purchase something, then go through the trouble of returning it, paying to return it. I just want to go to a place, a store, storefront, whatever the case is, try it on and leave with an item. And in my own personal experience, you know, I also feel the same way. It's a very rare occasion where I will walk out of a store with, it's a miracle when that happens. So I was like, okay, I need to create some sort of way where women can actually, tall women, can try on their items before they purchase them, and they don't have to go through a struggle of figuring out how they're going to return it and how they're going to have to pay to return that item.
So I'm thinking about like a Stitch Fix experience where it feels a little bit more curated. You get to explore things that maybe you wouldn't try. Is that as you're envisioning the mobile like shopping experience? Is it more experiential like that, or is it like a standard e-com type model?
It would be more standard e-com. I think it would be most comparable to Prime Wardrobe versus Stitch Fix. So it's kind of like you try on what you want and return what you don't want. Thank you. It's still my fun.
So we will, I'll know what's happening next.
Oh, I don't know about that, but I'll make something up. So appreciate everybody kind of sticking through all 12 of those because that's a long stretch, but we got behind with some technical issues. So the good news is we're only about 5 minutes behind schedule. So that's exciting. I wanted to thank everybody, especially all of our judges. Great questions. And now they have the unenviable job of going back and trying to figure out which 4 of these great companies are going to make it to the finals. In the meantime, there is food outside. Please feel free to take a break. Dean Rapiccioli is going to kick off our social impact final round in about 10 minutes. So let's try to get back in here, maybe about 20 of, and get back on track. And thank you all. And thank you, Lauren.
Okay. Yes, I was more nervous for Britain's sake. So you're all set for lunch? Basically, all that I'm doing is going back to so I'm sharing up there right now. Slides. Yeah, I know. It's good, but it's good. Yeah, well, you're gonna have like 50 plus. No, I didn't know. Yeah. Yeah, I think you were. Yeah, kind of. It's not okay. No, well, yeah.
It's 5 hours. So what else? Yeah, so for me, it's like this doesn't get scary. And it's 5. So I'm like 5. It's like none of this number. Yeah. Yeah, because I think a lot of times I'm like different cases and I'm like, oh, it's just like, so that's how the psychology, I'm like, what do you want to kind of do this? Yeah, but I think like,
yeah, these are fine. In the end of the day, it's understandable, but like now.
Yeah. What do you
Yeah, it's like. I think I have. Yeah. Yeah. Are you one? Where? Oh, yeah.
No, actually, it's no. I like like someone says like
Yeah.
but I think
I mean, like, I like it, but there, but I'm not. Yeah. Yeah. No. Like, I have like. All right.
yeah.
This is the whole part of.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I'm so disappointed about it.
Wait.
All right, you're
Wait.
first up there, you.
Yeah. Wait. Is this a close enough spot? Wait.
Yes, Will. All right, you're nice and calm. Wait for the patrol.
Hi, everyone. What a joy it is to be here. I really am enjoying everybody's presentations. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Donna Rapiccioli, and I have the real privilege of serving as the Dean of the Gabelli School of Business. And when I think about entrepreneurship at Fordham, I couldn't be more delighted about today. We've been at this for a number of years. It's going to be the 10th anniversary of the Foundry. And as I think you all realize, this is the 6th annual pitch challenge. And every year it gets better and better. And it's so great that we could be, at least most of us here in person, to listen and to learn from each other. I want to take a minute to thank the people who make the Foundry. First and foremost, Al Bartosik. I want to Milton and Sean and Lauren and Joe and Will, who are really all really a big part of the Foundry. So let's clap. At Shree either. So thank you. The 12 semifinalists, pretty incredible. I'm glad I'm not a judge because I don't think I could have picked. But now we have the 6 social impact pitches, which I'm super excited to announce. We have fun history, in no particular order, by the way. Fun history, drop, the social box, Dentagon, Straw Palace, and Axle Works. So we have 6 great presentations, and I'm excited to turn it over to the first presenter, or I'm going to turn it to Lauren. So thank you all, and again, keep up the entrepreneurial spirit.
Great, welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the break. First up, we have fun history. So again, a reminder for people who weren't here for the beginning of the semifinals, the teams will have 3 minutes to pitch, and then we'll have a round of Q&A from the judges. And we'll keep it moving so we stay on schedule. Fun history.
It's the PowerPoint. It's the PowerPoint. Is it screen share? Wait.
Oh, okay.
Last year, I taught history in high school. I love history, but my students find history boring. So I did a research. It's shocking that 2 out of every 3 students are stressed and bored in history class. Not only is history their least favorite subject, only 15% of the 9th graders score proficient in US history. At the same time, there are so many students addicted in playing video games. Therefore, I want to build a connection between education and entertainment to make learning more enjoyable. Our solution is to turn history books into first-person adventures where students could explore and interact with historical figures and complete mission-oriented story quests. I am Yi Xiaodu, the content designer of our team. Our team advisor is from the Genshin Impact Gaming Company. We are collaborating with the award-winning NYU game design team, and we receive technical resources and support from the MiHoYo programming project. Fun history sits at the intersection of education, entertainment, and 3D module design. And our advantage is that we don't have to make up characters or storylines because we have already existing historical figures and also their life stories. But what really makes us stand out is that we immerse learners into the regional cultures by using realistic locations, sceneries, so that the users could explore the places that they've never been to before. We also host cultural festivals, and so that the users could get a sense of local traditions. And the food element in our game allow users to discover the local ingredients of different regions. Currently, there are 9 million high school students that are mobile game players. And the educational game market specifically is projected to grow by almost 90%. The compound annual growth rate is around 40%. From our data chart and graph, you can see that we are not expecting to gain much profit for the first 2 years because we have to make this game free to play to open up the educational game market and to attract more users. However, users could choose to buy their favorite historical characters. We distinguish the 4 stars and 5 stars by their historical significance, and the additional revenue stream is attached in appendix. All of our characters are 3D with human body motion system design. And these motions include walking, running, sprinting, jumping, landing, rolling, climbing, falling, and gliding. To invest in fun history is to invest in future generation leaders. In a time of crisis with Ukraine war and COVID, we need today and future leaders to learn history to deal with current realities. Thank you.
Great, excellent job. Great start to the social impact round. Let's take some questions from the judges. We have a volunteer to go first. Sam.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. That was great. Really exciting. I empathize. I hated history in high school. I am curious if you have any additional detail or insights into the actual buying power of this addressable market, given the young age of them.
We are based on because we ran internal tests and also so we are targeting 2 types of users who are students and non-students based on all the mobile gamers in the US and also their using habit. And then for students, we are going to collaborate with like educational platforms and tags of corresponding time period. And for non-students, we are going to collaborate with influential gamers and platforms. And then based on our research, we see that Twitch specifically has like a very large viewership platform. And then we are also going to collaborate with not the top 10 because they are too expensive. So, and the less expensive streamers also have a very large user database. And so that for the non-students, we are going to use different platforms to reach them. And then for the students in the future, another revenue stream is that we are going to collaborate with schools. So originally we wanted to do this in 3D because it will feel more realistic. So our next step will be to turn the world in our game to 3D so that we can collaborate with school, and the school will pay for us to put it into individual classrooms or in just their public setting.
Thanks. Just to kind of follow up on that, I was a little more curious, like given the price point of this, it seemed a little high for these particular age groups. Like, does their buying power correspond to those high price points? And do you have an idea of what they're spending on these type of other games today?
Like other types of games?
Yeah, like how much is an average user spending on a game like this already?
For the US regions, for the gamers below age of 18, they're spending around 1,000, depend for like a year. And for example, because we're collaborating with Genshin Impact, we're getting a lot of the data from their platform. And so I was actually very shocking because they wouldn't spend as much for school. And so, so I thought it would be great if they could use their time and also money on things that relate to school and also content that are more useful. And so I think that would be a great improvement that we make to contact with, because we need to be more used to the millennials way of learning and also their learning habit.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's great. I also was not good at history, so this would have been useful. Question with regards to, you said that there's a benefit to not having to create your own players or worlds because they're based on history. How would you protect another company from doing the same? So like you obviously don't own the rights to a Peter Stuyvesant character in the same way that, you know, Disney owns rights to Mickey Mouse. How would you prevent others from doing something similar?
Thank you so much for your question. And because we are working on the educational branch of the Genshin Impact company, so they have a very large user database in the US. And so we are using the same world system, which includes maps, tasks, and characters. So we are already building on the foundation that they have, and also the users they have aged below 18. And so with that foundation, we are going to minimize our effort, and all of our work is just to change the content that comes out of nowhere because it's created to the historical content.
And if another company wanted to, they were like, they see that you're doing very well and they say, we're going to just create a similar world with similar characters. Is there anything you can do to protect against them from doing that?
I think users choose which game to play really based on how fun it is to play the game. So that's also our challenge, is to make sure that the students are actually enjoying our game instead of just another board education program, so that they could come back for our game. And then just to mention that because Genshin Impact is the #1 leading game company in the US now, so I feel like it really depends on how much platform and users are reaching for this.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you for this pitch. My question is really about sourcing the content and the curriculum itself. Certainly in the US and likely around the world, you know, there's lots of questions right now about how are we really critically looking at what's being taught in schools and sort of the historical accuracy. Where do you plan to source the curriculum to write these stories? Is it hand in hand with school districts and curriculum, or is it based on your own research, or what does that look like for actually pulling together the historical stories that you'll explore in the game?
We are going to use the most commonly recommended history books. So we are going to bring out the highlights of the most popular time periods of different regions. So we're not going to just do a world of US history because it's more current and technological. And also the US players would like to explore other world cultures as well. And so we'll based on world history books and also on the former writers that are more popular that write history books. And so we just base our content on multiple books, and that we want to make it very accurate. And also another research we did was that the world map seemed different. There's also another slide, but it takes time. So a world map seems different from the past than today due to human discoveries. And of course, we don't have the history of the places we didn't discover. So we want to make sure all the details are accurate, and including the character life and their stories.
Thank you.
Excellent presentation. So drop, come down, we'll get your slides up.
Is everyone able to hear me? Did I ask? Better? All right. Thank you. Drop. Because clean water belongs in everyone's hands. Here's where the problem begins. With 186 million Americans who receive and drink tap water with lead exceeding EPA standards, the 60 million Americans that don't trust their tap water, the 25 million Americans that are served water with health violations due to outdated infrastructure and legislation, leading to a crisis like Flint. There's 1 million single-use plastic water bottles consumed every single minute. This is where Drop comes in. Drop can save us from the harmful reality of our unclean water. With a water bottle that can filter your water on the go for both fresh and tap water sources. With its activated carbon fiber filtration, its iodine lining, and its mesh filter located inside the straw to filter out additional sediment. Price is $29.99 with $12 per replacement filters every 2 months. Drop has 3 bottles. Drop Fresh for the hiker, the adventurer, or the outdoorsman. Drop Tap for the athlete, the student, or the professional, and Drop Travel, which integrates both Drop Fresh and Drop Tap for the outreach worker, the world traveler, or the water insecure. Our 3 products have a variety of capabilities dependent on your hydration needs. When it comes down to manufacturing, we're 3D printing to stay ecologically conscious and cut down on manufacturing costs with a manufacturer secured to scale. We have decompostable carbon fiber filtration and food safe filtration sourced for large batch quantities. Our first small batch distribution could be ready by even the beginning of next month. When it comes down to the Drop community, we want individuals to come and select what works for them. Depending on what bottle works for you, you can purchase supplementary materials to elevate your hydration experience. Whether it's chamomile tablets for our singers, vitamin C tablets for our athletes, or even iodine droplets for our hikers. How to bring Drop to market. With D2C and omni-channel marketing, we're getting Drop in front of as many eyes as possible, giving the ability to cut down on those intermediary costs once again, with 80% of Americans choosing to shop online. When it comes to the social aspect of Drop, we're helping to solve water insecurity at its core while promoting a lifestyle for its users that's socially conscious, similar to the landscape set for us by Patagonia. When it comes to e-commerce, Drop's website allows users to join our community, to select their bottle, and to take a quiz to assess their subscription needs. When Drop customers subscribe to our brand, they sign themselves up to receive their new filters and other hydration experiences bi-monthly. The social impact of Drop has parts of our proceeds going to the Flint Water Response Team to help serve underfunded communities still struggling with the water crisis at its core. Drop's D2C digital marketing campaign, Drop It Like It's Hot, has athletes and users from around the world coming together, whether you're at a Drop sponsored athletic event or even on the train to your morning commute, showing how they drop it. Drop. Because the future of hydration can be in the palm of your hands. Thank you.
Excellent job, Gianna. We'll take a few questions from the judges. Volunteer to go first. Evan, you look ready.
Thank you so much. That was great. A few questions. I think the first one that comes to mind as an average consumer is that there are a number of products that exist in this space. So I know from like Katadine water filters in the camping world and a number of things in the more consumer market. What actually is differentiating Drop and that would make it special in the market?
So I think the difference with Drop is that we're essentially trying to take these different markets that already exist and kind of bring them together in a more unified way, where not only have we tried to build a water bottle that's the best water bottle out there, it has a detachable top and bottom for easy cleaning. It has things that consumers have oftentimes said that these other water bottles are missing, easy handle for carrying around. We're trying to bring all of that together to not only have the best physical bottle possible, but also take that tap and fresh water aspect so you can kind of have whatever you need wherever you go. I'm a consumer that would obviously be more suitable to a tap bottle. I don't know if you can tell that from this whole situation, but I'm not hiking. However, I am a traveler. And so when I was in Belize building houses, we didn't have access to clean water. And while I'm a consumer that would take like a fresh water bottle or even a hydro flask with my fridge Brita filled up with it, it's nice to have the option to have whatever water you need wherever you go. And so that's kind of where we stand out in that market position, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you so much. And one follow-up question on, you had mentioned 3D printing.
Mhm.
And I was just curious from like a mass production standpoint, how that would work.
So the way we have it set up right now is we have a 3D printing manufacturer specifically. So we have that scale secured at this point. As of right now, I'm still in a development and prototype stage. So I'm kind of like milking the Fordham resources as much as I can while they're still free. But I do have that secondary source set up where I can have that 3D printing go as far as however many orders we get at that point, which is something I've kind of already discussed with that manufacturer.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Hi. First question is why you and your team? What makes you the experts in this space?
The team is one, it is just I as of right now. And why me? I think that I'm coming to this space as someone that very authentically cares. I'm not trying to get anything out of this other than the fact that I feel like I've experienced, certainly not the extent of a crisis like Flint, but my mother is from California. She is one of those crunchy granola moms, and I was never the kid that was allowed to drink from the water fountain. My mom was always telling me there was something in my water, and it wasn't something I was fully cognizant of until I was really an adult. And when I got to this space where I was always on the go, I'm also a student athlete. And there are times where we're away for the weekend and we're not given water bottles or we're not given access. And it would be perfect to have a water bottle to carry around to my competitions, to other athletes' competitions, to give us the cleanest water possible, to kind of like put in our bodies what we deserve. And so I'm kind of trying to open up a space where, yes, it's super easy to grab a Poland Spring on the way. That's not sustainable, not only for ourselves, but for our planet. And so it's coming from this place of authenticity where like, I've really felt to some degree this burden. And so I really am trying to solve it at the crux of someone that, you know, isn't an outdoorsman, but does really care about what they're putting inside their body.
Thanks. And a follow-up question too is, other than it being an alternative to single-use plastic, I'm struggling to see the eco-conscious part of your business. Could you talk more about that?
Sure. So really, it is predominantly just one of exactly what you're saying, an alternative to single-use plastics, which I do see as an incredible issue, considering how many we go through, 1 million single-use plastics a minute. So that's kind of where the eco-conscious aspect comes in, of just trying to reduce that pollution and that waste, while, you know, giving you what you need.
Sam, we have a question from.
Sure, just one quick one. Thank you. Your go-to-market plan largely talked about a direct-to-consumer e-commerce market. And when I think about all the times I've bought water bottles, it's almost always like at a checkout on the way out of a store, or I'm running around and, you know, I want one, or I'm traveling and forgot to bring mine. Have you thought about distribution through retail and other partners that may have be in adjacent categories and already have the eyes that you're looking to get your product in front of?
Yes, absolutely. So originally when I kind of built out this plan, it was for that more retail hypermarket space. It was for like a Costco, a Target, like one of those grab and goes. But as I continue to develop the idea, this sense of community and people that kind of like come together in this like more committed way to like the reduce of single-use plastics, and also to like this idea of this health conscious lifestyle, more fits like a D2C, at least as of right now, while I have limited capital and limited prototype. It's easier to come to the website and join the community and kind of get more into that subscription aspect while trying to build a platform as of right now, before I can expand to that idea of, okay, we have like our market base down, we have our consumer, we know what we're looking for, and now we're going to get to like that Target, that Costco, that BJ's, and kind of like be able to take the brunt of the cuts in capital from that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Reducing single-use plastics, problem after my own heart, that phrase makes sense. So really appreciate what you're doing. Next up, we will hear from Soapbox Presents. Thank you, Gianna.
Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. All right. Hi, my name is Maya Abney, Lincoln Center class of 07. I have a BFA in dance and an MA from NYU in performance studies. I've performed in 3 Broadway shows and was featured as Adora Milaje in Black Panther 1, Avengers Infinity War, Avengers Endgame, and just wrapped filming on Black Panther 2 about a month ago. And of all that I've done in my career, this is what's most significant. The Soapbox Presents creates a space for us to commune, resist, be rejuvenated, and revived as we celebrate the brilliance of Black and Brown people through art. Taking to the streets, we provide free arts programming featuring some of New York City's most talented artists. From Mahogany L. Brown, Lincoln Center's first poet in residence, to Broadway's Jared Wayne Gladley, the Soapbox Presents gives Black and Brown artists the opportunity to give back to their communities. And each and every artist featured on our platform gets paid. Now, this may look like just another performance, but I invite you to look closer. This is a community activation. We are activating our streets and our sidewalks, increasing accessibility to the arts. We are activating the people, businesses, culture, and history all around us. And in an increasingly digital and socially distanced world, we are activating the connections between us. Our first year was made possible by an unbranded sponsorship from Red Bull. Our second year, we received a grant from the New York Foundation of the Arts and were recognized by the United Nations for our work. We were also approached by the Mellon Foundation and given a grant in support of our upcoming season of community activations. Our first 2 years, we operated as a project. This is our first year as an LLC. Working closely with a fiscal sponsor, we are able to offer tax write-offs for all donations. The majority of our revenue comes from renewable grants and corporate sponsorships. So we are for profit, but we are a community first for-profit organization. We have executed 26 community activations and have paid more than 120 artists. But it all started with a box. In May 2020, the city had been on lockdown for months. We were wiping down our groceries and hearing sirens every 3 minutes. We were terrified. We were marching in protest day after day, saying their names. Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor rang from the streets. And then George Floyd was murdered. My community was at a boiling point and needed relief. I reached out to a few people wanting to partner on a community activation, but I was told no. I was told it couldn't be done in 2 weeks, and it certainly couldn't be done without a budget. So I did it myself. I built a box in the backyard, ordered a PA system, and called a few friends from Broadway. As opposed to bringing artists into a community, we curate locally, amplifying the voices of the people already there. We choose locations, artists, and content of cultural significance to members of that specific community. In the Boogie Down, we celebrated the Bronx's Afro-Latinx heritage and its significance as the birthplace of hip hop. And in Harlem, it was all about the Renaissance reimagined. Our upcoming season consists of 5 music activations costing between $5,000 and $15,000 and 3 spoken word events. If selected, all monies received go directly to Black and Brown artists. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Hi, can you tell me more about your team? I mean, I think as these things start to grow and scale, they can be overwhelming. Well,
Yes, yes. I've been fortunate in that my team has assembled organically. We have a fabricator who's also my life partner who works with us. We have a music director, Sean Mason, who's an up and coming composer and works with Lincoln Center and Smalls and Mittens and all of the clubs all over New York. We work with Mahogany L. Brown on any spoken word, any lyrical content that we need. And I'm an artist, so my network of artists is vast. What has been interesting as we've taken to the streets is people coming to me and wanting to be involved. Similarly to how the Mellon Foundation got involved, the granting officer lives down the street from me. So he came to two of our activations and he approached me wanting us to apply. He was like, here, I have this money, fill out these forms. So that's been really nice. So my team is coming to me organically. Now what I'm looking for is somebody to handle our social media because I don't do that well. Absolutely.
this kind of touches on that a little bit, but was going to ask how you're sourcing the artists. Has it exclusively been through your network, since you're not bringing artists to them, you're sourcing it locally in the communities?
It's twofold. It's through my network, but I'm not in the Bronx. I don't live in the Bronx. I live in Harlem. So when we go to the Bronx, we reach out to local community activists, people who are in that community, and ask them, okay, well, who in your community would be great? For instance, when we went to the Bronx, we featured Tats Crew. They're one of the originating graffiti crews, and they have their offices in the Bronx. They do work in the Bronx. They live in the Bronx. They're from the Bronx. They were all in the Bronx when hip hop was rising, when graffiti was rising. So we really do try to answer what that community specifically needs. I never want to place my perspective on a community. So I always look to work within that particular community.
One more quick question. What percentage of the cost of these activations is attributed to the cost of paying the artist versus the production of the activation?
Yes, for instance, we have a Juneteenth Big Band Jubilee coming up that I'm very excited about. It's our biggest activation yet. So of our cost, the cost will be $1,000 is always for sound production, because it costs $1,000 to have someone bring out speakers that are large enough to amplify for the street corner. Everything else is for the artist. It's 14 Black and brown artists taking to the stoop. And as opposed to, historically, Black and brown artists have been exploited and taken advantage of. As opposed to paying them the bare minimum, I would like to set an industry standard and pay them what they're worth, because they deserve that and nothing less.
Thank you. Love your passion, by the way.
Also really enjoyed that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a question, a clarifying question in terms of it's for profit.
Yes.
You mentioned obviously the cost for the PAs and then for the artists. What are the other, I guess, two questions. What are the kind of operating costs built in? Like what % aside from those is going to the business? And then I think I missed this piece on if there was like a nonprofit angle to it on one side, or it's pure.
It's a community first for profit.
Okay.
So let me answer your questions in order. You ask operating costs. So in terms of operating costs for each activation, we have no overhead, or literally no overhead, because that is my brownstone. So I literally cart the box from in the backyard to in front. So our operating costs would be, we have linoleum that we roll out that we need to buy a new one of because it's worn down. So that's going to be about $500 for the whole season of activations. We have the sound engineer that comes on deck. I should build a new box because the old one has gotten a little wet and a little worn down. So that'll be about $500. That's about it in terms of overhead. Your other question?
The other question is in terms of, so I think you said you're an LLC, it's a for-profit. I think I missed there was a piece that was there like a donation angle, like something that was not within a pure business structure?
Yes, there is a donation angle. So we work closely with the fiscal sponsor. And generally speaking, fiscal sponsors take between 10 and 15%. Our fiscal sponsor is for organizations like us who don't necessarily have the infrastructure to support what we do. So they take 2%. And I'm very, very thankful for that. So all of our donations come in through our fiscal sponsor. They take the 2% and all of that money is given to us. And they have no dealings in how we use it.
And they're not a nonprofit?
They are a nonprofit. Our fiscal sponsor is a nonprofit.
Okay.
So that makes us eligible for nonprofit grants, angel donations, and any other donations.
Got it. And just a pass through.
Say one.
It's just a pass through.
It's a pass-through, correct. And through them, we are able to offer tax write-off status.
Understood. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And you need this.
And next we have Dentagon. Thank you. Good start. You know the name of your company. So do I now. A lot today.
You ready, Berkeley? We're doing hybrid, so I apologize for Zoom and in person. There she is.
All good?
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all so much for being here today. We present to you Dentagon, Human Dental Chews, Reinventing Dental Care for All. My name is Mila Perez, and I am class of 2025 here at Lincoln Center.
My name is Berkeley Allison, and I am the class of 2025 at the University of Miami, and we are the co-founders of Dentagon. One of the biggest problems in our world is the oral health care crisis. About 1 out of 5 children have at least one untreated decayed tooth. And inaccessible dental care is a growing issue because many don't have potable water, access to school sealant programs, healthy foods, and more. Introducing Dentagon, an edible dental chew committed to overall better oral health, sustainability, and equity within the dental healthcare world.
Here you can see is our 3D printed prototype that we have shaped purposefully to maximize space in our packaging. Our company is fully committed to sustainability, so we have created compostable pouches for our chews.
Benefits of our product consist of increased abrasion in the mouth due to our 6-sided chew, which then decreases bacteria, leading to less big health issues down the road. Additionally, there are many nutritional benefits due to Dentagon's ingredients, such as different proteins and vitamins, which can truly change one's course of health throughout their life, especially if they don't have access to vitamins like these otherwise.
To ingrain a humanitarian mission into our product, our company has a buy one, give one mission, and that will be a part of our market strategy. We also are going to be B Corp certified. Our target market is towards the outdoorsy, venturesome, and disaster preparedness groups of people who go out on long excursions and trips who need a quick edible snack with nutrition and a humanitarian mission. Our future roadmap consists of going door to door, marketing our product. Secondly, going to attend trade shows and reaching out to second-degree connections. And thirdly, having partnerships with the Test and Learn program, the National School Lunch program, and dentist offices. And lastly, distributing to American Red Cross and Salvation Army in order to fulfill that buy one, give one mission of ours.
Here are 3 calculations of potential demographics: oral care, outdoor gear, and disaster preparedness systems. We took the global market sizes for 2021 in each of these industries and analyzed the ratio of products that were similar to Dentagon and what we could compete with. We then took 1% of that addressable market for the oral care industry because it is debatably the hardest market to break into. And we also took 2% of the outdoor gear and disaster preparedness markets when we just truly strive to be the prevalent dentifrice provider for these industries. Additionally, we have 3 close competitors such as Raleigh Brush, Bite, and Basic Bite. But what sets us apart is our ability for our product to be nutrient packed, digestible, have that philanthropic aspect, the replaceability of toothbrush and paste, and just cleaning the mouth overall.
As you can see here, we have our financials. Our cost to make is at 20 cents per chew and $2.99 per bag of 15 chews. And our pricing is at $4.99 per bag of 15 chews and $2.99 per bag of 7 chews. Once again, we thank you all so much for being here with us today.
Thank you, Mila and Berkeley. We will kick off with some questions from the judges.
All right, can you explain the rationale for having the outdoor market be your customer target population as opposed to the underdentist or victims of natural disasters? Or is there a big overlap between the underdentist and the outdoor market you're looking to serve?
For sure. So I think that with our target market, we found that outdoorsy, venturesome, the disaster preparedness groups of people was best suitable because, you know, the protein bar market and any just kind of like nutritional bars, like Kind bars, One bars, Cliff bars, stuff like that, we are really set apart from them because of the 6-sided hexagonal shape that we have in our chew that creates abrasion and decreases bacteria in your mouth. So we would have our product towards that target market, yet we would still be able to have the buy one, give one mission and still set us apart from other competitors.
Sorry, can you clarify then? Is this food?
Yes, it is edible. It is fully edible. You eat it, you chew it. So the hardness and the shapes of the chew itself cleans your teeth and overall health benefits and all that. But it is edible and you can digest it.
Great, thank you. I think related to that, it seems like there's or it wasn't clear to me in terms of who the segment is that you're targeting. And then as you were just mentioning, these like new competitors on your slide, you had mentioned like I don't know how to pronounce it, the Raleigh brush and some of these that are kind of in a similar market. Can you just clarify a little bit more about who's purchasing, who's using, and how you're protecting yourself from other competitors in the space?
For sure. Berkeley, do you want to take that one? Were you able to hear that?
Yes, I was. We are mainly targeting the consumers of REI and Whole Foods, mainly because, as Mila mentioned before, that buy one, give one model. And our price can be a little bit higher because people who usually shop there are higher income, and that will allow for us to have that humanitarian mission ingrained into our company. And can you repeat the last couple of questions as well?
I think it was, well, given that, so in that sense, then your competitors are more of the bars that hikers would buy today, right? Like a Lara bar. And so it's less, so your competitors are less so like the Raleigh brush. It's more like, sorry, go ahead.
No, you continue, please.
I was gonna say it's less the things in the space that are more similar today and more you're trying to switch someone who's buying a snack bar to a teeth bar, like a.
Right. But I completely understand. But obviously like the Raleigh brush and that kind of thing, they have the goal of cleaning your mouth and helping you be more healthy overall, while compared to like protein bars and stuff, they obviously only provide nutritional value and don't provide that like oral benefits. So I think that's why we listed that there. But
Understood. Thank you.
I'm curious what made you want to do this? Like what got you interested in this?
Right. It was actually a very fun story. Mila and I went to high school together, and we had a capstone class where we had an idea and we just kind of ran with it with our own little pitch competition. And I come from a family of dentists, so that idea of, you know, being healthy, especially with oral health, has been very important to me and ingrained in me as well. So I think that was kind of seeing how many people all around the world don't have access to that, especially since there are so many different really serious health conditions that can occur if you don't have good oral health. We saw that kind of gap, and we're just striving to close it.
Do you have another question?
One quick one. Have you already looked at organizations that you would want to work with for the one-to-one part of your program where you do the donation?
We've looked at American Red Cross and Salvation Army. We have not yet been in contact with them, but we are looking at those and any other distributors who are able to kind of take our product out there. I think one of the biggest things that we're trying to figure out now is how we're going to get the product to those in need, and like kind of the middleman within that. And I think we're going to do something kind of similar to, like, I don't know if you've seen the Cola Life Kit kind of before. It's like they had medication packed into Coca-Cola like carts, and they sent those off to developing countries or wherever it was. We are planning to start small and in like nationally in the United States. And so that way we will find the middleman and kind of just figure out how to distribute through there. But for right now, it is the American Red Cross and the Salvation Army.
Thank you.
Mila and Berkeley, amazing job. Thank you for sharing. Next, we will hear from Coattails. I hope I just pronounced right. We will find out in just a second.
Can everyone hear me? A little quiet. So can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Isis Paulos, and fun fact about me, I love puns and hypothetical situations. So I introduce to you Strophilus. So imagine you're on a deserted island. What do you bring? Well, if you insist on surviving, what you need most is water. And lucky for you, you're on an island that's surrounded by water. But oh wait, it's salt water, or the water on the island is compromised. What do you do? Unfortunately, not having access to drinkable water is a reality many people around the world face. Approximately 785 million people do not have access to basic drinking water services. This is a map of the regions that are the most affected. 17 countries, mostly in the Middle East and Africa, face the risk of extremely high water stress. And this is not an issue in just these areas. In the US, for example, there's Flint, Michigan, there's Hawaii, there's Texas, Pennsylvania. There's such a long history of water conflict, and as water becomes more scarce, it will indeed lead to violent conflict in the future, as best said by Peter Gleek. So the Strophilus aims to mitigate that before it could get too extreme. So knowing that water is the foundation of life and the most important resource on Earth, Strophilus is a straw that proposes solutions towards water inequality and strives to make water an accessible commodity to everyone. It strives towards the idea of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. The happiness and overall well-being cannot be achieved without access to basic needs. So countries like Mozambique, Angola, Somalia, Yemen, and Papua New Guinea are among the top 10 countries with the highest water insecurity rates, despite having access to a coastline and other bodies of water. So Strophilus will help these people in these countries make the best out of their geographical access to water. Other possible markets include the UN and foreign service organizations like the Peace Corps that will specialize in these countries. The military, specifically the Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guards, those that work on the water. It could be a requirement on boats, lifeboats, and planes, and even attached to life jackets. The life straw is our #1 competition because they have already created a straw targeted towards removing bacteria, parasites, dirt, sand, and microplastics from water. So it makes Strophilus different. Well, not only can Strophilus do all of those things, but it has the ability to desalinate water as salty as the ocean. It'll be a much more portable size, longer lasting, and the #1 complaint with the life straw is its taste, so we'll have technology to improve that. And the technology will be so advanced that you could even drink out of puddles if you wanted to. I don't know why you would want to, but if you wanted to. With Strophilus, it's possible to coexist with a life straw because life straw focuses on recreational activity like hiking and camping, whereas Strophilus is targeted towards a broader and more humanitarian approach. And there can never be too many markets to help alleviate the water crisis. Although this company prioritizes helping those in countries who lack access to clean water, it could be used by everyone. So if you're stuck on a deserted island, I hope you have a Strophilus with you. Strophilus, changing the world one drop at a time. Thank you.
Excellent job, Isis. Thank you for that presentation. Judges, let's kick off the question.
Thank you. I'd love to learn a little bit about how much it costs to make something like this. Like, what does the production involve? Because it seems like most of the addressable market, like you're trying to distribute this to people that don't have access and likely can't purchase it. So trying to think through the costs and then how you would financially support this.
Yeah, so the life straw itself is $20, which is pretty expensive, but it lasts a really long time. So the Strophilus, I would want it to last even longer. And the other thing is that it also has the ability to desalinate water, which there isn't a lot of technology towards. So if I had to make an estimate, I would say about $30. And I wouldn't want people in these countries to buy these things themselves. I'd want organizations like the Peace Corps or the Red Cross to provide them for them. I would want them to buy from me and they would distribute them for free.
Thank you.
In a similar vein, can you tell us about the technology that can desalinate? And then also, in addition to price, the size of it, would it be a very large, more of a machine, or would it still be in kind of the straw embodiment?
So the engineering, I have not thought of a prototype for it yet. I was hoping like with the pitch project money, I could hire engineers, get a prototype, and then pitch that prototype out. And then more engineers would help me with this idea. But an idea I do have is to have a chemical react with the salt water, and then that would just make it impermeable through the membrane. And then it wouldn't, like the salt wouldn't go through, and then they would just be fresh water. And then we would also use the same technology as a live straw. Like they have like this microfiltrate that doesn't let anything over 0.2 millimeters go through the straw. And size wise, I would want it to reach as many people as possible. That's the goal. It's to help people in need.
Great, thank you.
And can you tell us more about yourself? Are you a chemist, or what makes you interested in this type of work?
Yeah, so I'm a freshman at Lincoln Center. I study neuroscience and environmental studies. And the reason I'm so passionate about this project is because I am both from California and I'm Indian. California, as you guys probably know, has 1 million droughts every 2 minutes. So this would help with that. And in India, I remember I was going and they had monsoons and they have all these issues. And there's still so many people like on the streets, like literally drinking puddles. And so I feel like this would be a much safer alternative. And it's heartbreaking to see like your own people not even have access to like sink water. So that's why I want to do this.
Excellent job, Isis. Actually already on the last team in the social impact round, AxleWorks. Come on down, we'll get you set up. And the pressure's on you to close this out really nicely. You can do it. I love putting pressure on.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I go by the creative moniker Danny Absugad. I'm the founder of AxleWorks. I'm a writer, producer, entrepreneur, and certified financial analyst. So after working under the Kanye West of music umbrella for 5 years, I realized that the majority of talents have exceptional creative abilities, but they're not nearly as proficient in running a successful business. So too often they create content, but have a limited understanding of how to monetize it. The AxleWorks platform will help independent artists monetize their content more efficiently and more effectively through the use of automated business solutions, financial analysis, and strategic partnerships. Our platform, which will be powered by blockchain technology, is designed to sort through the creative talent pool to identify standout individuals in order to help us facilitate better quality earning opportunities and improve the ones that already exist. In regards to who we're looking to serve, our vision is to support artists, particularly women and Latinos from underserved communities who are ready to take their businesses to the next level, and we want to utilize our technology to help them realize their full entrepreneurial potential. The company functions like a digital record label, so we will not only offer a 2-tier subscription model, but will also generate revenue from commissions and equity ownership. Through our partnership with Sound Royalties, AxleWorks is able to provide creatives with advances on their publishing royalties, and that enables them to fund their careers without having to sign their rights away. Our front end is structured similarly to your favorite streaming service, while our back end portal is designed to manage publishing catalogs and streamline the everyday administrative workflows that creatives hate. These red features going down the right or on the left side there are competing aspects in the marketplace. The companies that offer straight analytics don't go as in depth as we do from an analysis standpoint, nor do they actually tell their users what to do with that information. And for our target demographic, analytics by themselves are useless. As a digital record label, we're offering artist and business development essentially. And that's something that most labels either don't do anymore or never offered to begin with. We're here to empower artists, to include artists, not exclude them. On top of that, I'm Dominican, I'm from the Bronx. Me and my guys actually represent the culture, hip hop culture, Hispanic culture. Many of the platforms in the space are run by executives and founders who cannot fundamentally relate to who they're targeting. To date, we've built our waitlist up to 1,500 plus artists, executives, and financial specialists, and we've amassed a creative portfolio inclusive of audio, visual, and literary properties. With our subsequent injection of capital, we will be focused on the development of our V2, which will merge together our 2 betas into one platform. Our biggest challenge to date are twofold. One, raising enough capital, obviously, to further develop our platform. but also aligning with the right strategic entertainment partner who understands our industry as well as our market growth potential. This strategic entertainment partner will assist us in not only scaling our user base at Shock, but also increasing our overall brand awareness. The Foundry has been a great asset to us so far, especially with their legal resources. But winning this competition would contribute to our capital raising needs, which is optimal. So thank you for your time. I look forward to hearing your feedback and answering your questions.
Excellent job, Danny. Great presentation. Questions from the judges. Who wants to kick off?
I'll kick off. Thank you so much. That was great. A couple of questions. One, I think you mentioned basically like an automated way to recognize talent. So it's some sort of like AI model, I assume. Can you tell us more about how that would work? And also, would it essentially select artists that would be the most profitable, or what would the other metrics be? Is there something, how do you analyze talent?
Yeah, I love the question. So during the pandemic, I had been working on this formula for about 10 years independently with artists, trying to evaluate talent, skill that I found myself having, and then there's other obviously technical components to it. And during that down period, I had a brain download and I was able to turn it into an algorithm where we evaluate an artist's streaming metrics, their social metrics, and then incorporate the business health of them to develop this credit rating, which I call a net talent asset value. And so it kind of works like a credit score, and that'll be able to tell investors or advertisers whether they're, solvent or a good business investment.
Great, thank you. And one follow-up question. And you said there's a wait list right now of 1,500 artists.
Mm-hmm.
Is that wait list simply like put your email here, or what is the criteria for being on the wait
Yeah,
list?
so for IP reasons, we've been really particular with kind of who we show the platform to and how mass marketing we let it out. So me and my business partner have been doing kind of boots to the ground, reaching out, doing small little Zoom sessions with people that we trust or that we know, sending out strategic emails, and then building up that wait list just to show that we have traction. And more importantly, to get feedback from artists to say, hey, is this something that is important to you, or how can we kind of develop that? So
Great, thank you. And how long have you been working on this?
this platform specifically, probably about a year and a half.
Great, thank you.
Aside from the algorithm, it seems like there are a number of components that are very service-based and kind of one-to-one personal touch to the service. How do you think about scaling those portions of the business to complement what you're doing on the automated tooling and analytics side?
So one of the concepts we want to have is like a marketplace, essentially, where vendors or marketers can put their services, and then the artist can essentially bid to just do that direct interaction, whether it's YouTube promotion, Spotify promotion. And then we also want to implement an account manager where if you're a subscriber, you get a dedicated account manager for X amount a month. Right now it's $9.99. Love to get that up to $19.99 a month. But that account manager essentially is going to do that automated feedback. And instead of doing your typical customer service rep, we want to kind of put more technology sound individuals in there so that we can continue to automate and eventually, hopefully AI that process out.
Thank you.
And can you just run through like a basic, I'm a new artist, I'm on your platform, I'm accepted into it. What does the cost to me look like, and what are you making from that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's that for that typical artist. So I've been, like I said, doing this for a while. And what would happen is you're an artist and you say, oh, wow, Danny, you've done this and you've done that. Can you make me a star? And I was like, no, because it costs 200 grand essentially. But I can give you the roadmap. So this platform is essentially that business tool, the same way QuickBooks is the business tool for an entrepreneur. And so you buy your subscription, that's that $9.99 a month. And with that, you get your account manager, you get access to our backend portal where we have original content that tells you what is an LLC, how do you form your business, how much it is actually going to cost to create your dream. And we allow you to use our data analytics to kind of formulate a portfolio. So what'll happen is you're an artist and you're having success and you go to an A&R or somebody in the industry and they'll say, what are your metrics? How does this look like? And it's a trick question because they know you don't have that. But we'll be able to give you that monthly printout the same way that Robinhood shows you your assets every month. We give you that printout that says, these are your amount of streams this month or new sales, et cetera, et cetera.
Sorry, just one more question. How much do you plan to build yourself versus like license or leverage existing technology out there to put all these components together in a platform?
Yeah, a lot of the analytics probably in the beginning are API based, and then some of them are things that I developed myself. So I'd probably say 60-40 API already open source, and then 40% are on.
Thank you.
Excellent closing to the social impact round. Thank you, Danny. Thank you to all of our Jordan, thank these wonderful teams. And now you have the very hard job of choosing. Before we go, I want to remind everyone about the PVC app. So we'll get a slide with the QR code to download the PVC app up on the screen. So this is the app we can all use to play VC today. You can vote on your favorite team. So scan the code to download the app, and then you'll enter this code 6326 into the app so that you're part of this event. I forget what they call it. You register for this event. You'll get to play with Monopoly money. You'll get to invest in the companies you saw today, and they will win actual money, not Monopoly. So it's a People's Choice Award prize that we use this previous year. Thank you all. Al has some words for you.
No, I just like to have a big hand for Lauren for running this so effectively and, being able to roll with the punches, as it were. So we will announce the 4 finalists when we come back from this break. I'm happy to report that we're kind of back on schedule. So 2:45 or so, we'd like to come in for the final round, and the 3 judges here can retire and again, like Lauren said, have the hard job of trying to figure out a winner from all of those great social impact presentations. So thank you all. Enjoy the break, and we'll see you on the other side. Thanks.
Welcome back, everybody. So that was the end of the networking break. I hope you truly enjoyed it. We still have snacks and all jealousy and FOMO to those that are joining us on the internet through the Zoom and the live stream on YouTube. So it all comes down to now. The pitch challenge begun in the beginning of the spring semester, and many of our teams, over 100, have all went through check-ins and coaching and feedback sessions, iterating and competing all the way down to this moment, our final four. So we've got our four that have come out of the last session. I'll announce who they will be in just a bit, but all the best, and we'll see who comes out victorious, not only from our first, second, third, fourth place winner, but also our social impact winner, as well as our fan favorite. So if you've been with us for now, please continue. We're rounding the bend. If you haven't already downloaded the PreviewC app, I suggest you do that, because whether you're a supporter of one of these teams or you are one of these teams, you have the ability to tip the scales for our fan favorite award. So without further ado, our lineup of companies. We've got Boxed, Catalyst, Stir, and Amazonian. Box, please take the stage.
Perfect, thank you. Let me go ahead and get this screen share here going. And thank you, judges, for joining us today. Let's get this going. Can you all hear me okay?
Yep.
Perfect. Sonny, you have audio?
Yes, sir.
All right, on 3, 2, and 1. Today we'll be sharing our business box.
So what is Box? It's a smarter solution for securing your at-home deliveries, but what do we mean by that?
So take Emma, an online shopper. Currently without Boxed, Emma shops online, places an order, and receives shipping confirmation. The driver completes her delivery and leaves the package on her doorstep. One of two things happen. Emma's package is delivered or Emma's package is stolen, which leads to problems for Emma and the business is losing more money.
And so what's the problem with this? To put it bluntly, it's theft. For starters, more than $5 billion in packages were stolen in 2020, with that number only rising. The majority of consumers have been victims of package theft within the last year, with more than half having had multiple parcels stolen during that time. And it's a particularly painful and prominent problem during the holiday season, unfortunately. And so where's the opportunity for Boxed? Well, it's an exponentially growing market, as evidenced by half of all Americans receiving a package every week, to the tune of over 20 billion annually. Additionally, there's a proven crime problem, with half of consumers being afraid of having their packages stolen and avoiding buying certain items accordingly. So Boxed can come in and secure these packages, whilst eliminating the need for consumers to have to wait at home to meet their delivery drivers, offering safety, security, and convenience. Most importantly, there's already a demonstrated willingness from consumers to pay for a solution, as half of American consumers have already spent on average over $190 on cameras and other ineffective solutions.
Perfect. With this opportunity, we are the smarter solution, and this is our prototype we've been working on. We pair together an easy-to-use mobile app that has full control and compatibility with our modular smart at-home storage system that will address and solve the issues consumers are facing with at-home deliveries. Our process is simple. Now, Emma, our online shopper, shops online, generates and includes the box code in her shipping instructions. The driver delivers the package using that generated code. Emma's notified of the successful delivery, where she can view the mobile app to see the delivery in real time, or even view past recordings of deliveries. Meanwhile, her items are safely secured by Box. So who are our competitors? The concept of solutions for at-home deliveries is relatively new, but current carriers have focused on away-from-home solutions and being carrier exclusive. Think USPS PO boxes, Amazon lockers, and even FedEx store pickup. Our competitive advantages include being an at-home solution that is carrier agnostic and has features to enhance security and privacy.
And so how big can this be? Census data indicates that 37 million or so households comprise our target, or SOM, being made up of more suburban, singular, multifamily households. On the right side, we've broken out our business model with both purchase and lease options, with the box unit itself starting at $199 in the purchase model with an optional $5 monthly subscription, or alternatively, an integrated lease package. And so finally, why us? We're the team that's going to bring Box to life because we have Vance Codrington, a sales guru at Square with extensive startup experience, and myself, Sunpreet Singh, bring years of expertise from the digital forefront of three of the big four advertising groups as the co-founders, and we'll be working together with our tech lead, Omer Turhan, a Marine veteran who's since been taking on positions of increasing tech leadership at Microsoft and Northrop Grumman, as well as our lead hardware engineer, Dion Butterbaugh, one of the last of a dying breed, working in US manufacturing lines with a focus on supply chain. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Boxed. All right, so now we'll hear from our judges. So our final four judges, we've got three. So Ed Morris from Plaid, thanks for coming. Amora Miller from Republic. And then finally, Charlie O'Donnell from Brooklyn Bridge Ventures. Who'd like to take the first question? Turn on the mic.
Great. So you guys put in a bunch of information and really zip through this, but I thought I caught that there was something at the point of purchase where on the front end, either the delivery company or somehow you had to sort of let them know or generate a code for this. And I was trying to think through, and I didn't totally understand why that would be, because conceivably the only person who could open the box is you. So I don't know why the person delivering would need to put anything in. Like who cares if you pre-put in that code or what, as long as I'm the only one getting the packages out. So I didn't understand how that worked.
Absolutely. So more about the question about how will Box do it, right? So the actual mobile app is where it's like your control center, but the hardware itself is going to be your parcel collector. So generating a code is providing it in your shipping instructions upon checkout, so that when the driver actually gets to your door, instead of leaving the package on a doorstep, taking a picture and confirming delivery, they're actually able to enter that code, place the package inside, which notifies the owner that the package has been successfully received.
Gotcha. Okay.
Other questions?
Could you speak a little bit more about what differentiates Boxed from, say, an Amazon pickup locker, which to my understanding has the same concept of going and entering a code and then picking it up, but this sounds like the difference would be that it's at your home, correct?
Yeah, so good question. So currently all the solutions are away from home, right? So you're having to go to either driving to a physical retail location during their available hours, you're having to go to 7-Eleven at 11 p.m. at night, or even go to a FedEx store pickup location, right? And so the idea is that this is actually putting the ownership back into the homeowners and being able to have something that solidifies and secures all of their packages that are coming to the house. So we're an at-home solution. We're also carrier agnostic. All the solutions out there right now only work for their specific carrier. So Amazon, a lot of people think of Amazon, right? They are always delivering packages, but they only handle packages for their marketplace. If you go to Macy's.com and shop on Macy's, it's not Amazon delivering your package anymore. It's going to be DHL, FedEx, or a variety of other providers. So we're looking to really be competitive by accepting deliveries from all carriers and being that one-stop shop at your doorstep.
On the hardware front, you showed a brief picture from a dimension standpoint, like how big is this box? I saw that it was $199. And then what did it say? It was optional to pay a $5 monthly subscription fee, or is that a recurring fee as a customer of Boxed?
Good question. So the actual box itself, talking about the dimensions first, is going to be about 4 feet tall. So you can imagine it being like, similar to right underneath your doorbell at your front, in the front of your house. So that's going to pretty much account for 85% of packages currently being delivered are under 5 pounds. In addition to that, USPS has 12 different options for flat rate boxes, which is pretty standard for a lot of companies to use because it gives them guaranteed numbers into shipping cost. So we're able to support 9 out of 12 of those package sizes based on their online availability. Then going into the actual, I'm sorry, can you repeat your second question?
Second question was just on the monetization piece of it. So the box itself, it's a one-time purchase of $199. And then was that $5 a month optional, or is that something that somebody has to pay as a subscription fee to use the app itself?
Great question.
Yeah, Sonny can shed light onto this.
Yeah, so that would be an optional, additional membership. And so it's not necessary to use the core functionality of the Boxed unit, but we'd be following the already proven out Ring model, where we are going to offer additional cloud storage space and the ability to save your recordings instead of having to view them just live. You're going to be able to save them, have them automatically uploaded into the cloud, and keep them that way.
Okay.
So it's not required. It's going to just top onto that. It's going to be completely more of like an additional upgrade just to be able to manage, additional features.
Just out of curiosity, why the targeting suburban areas? Because I would imagine that in a single family owned home, you could install a camera as a solution, as a theft deterrent. I live in an apartment building. I can't install my own camera, nor do I have access to the building security camera. So actually, I would argue that this might be preferential in an apartment building setting when there's lots of people coming in and out, and it would be easier to set up multiple boxes and possibly receive multiple subscription payments for the same, for one stop.
Yeah, great.
So
cameras aren't necessarily a theft deterrent. It's not really a preventative measure for actual parcel theft. So this actually tackles the problem head on. I'm sure we've all seen, hundreds of Ring videos of packages being stolen, and that's kind of what's highlighted the problem. We know it's a problem, but the cameras don't actually solve that problem. So we're able to, like, through the box unit, actually address and be that deterrent that current cameras are not. And then to the second part of your question, that is something that's on the roadmap, but for our first launch for the beta, we plan on targeting the suburban market, as that's totally untapped.
And then in addition to that, just to add on to that, specifically as far as like target market and like specific fits, if you look at apartment buildings or even HOA associations or any kind of community housing, oftentimes there's restrictions and regulations about what they can put outside their door. There's restrictions about what they might be able to include that's not inside their physical dwelling, opposed to an actual single unit household in a suburban area that are often targeted just because of there's no businesses around, it's just households. Their packages are sitting on the doorstep. With COVID, people are home, but as people are shifting away, there's going to be more time from the house that packages are just sitting on your doorstep because e-commerce is not going away.
All right. Judges, thank you for your questions. Great presentation, Box.
Thank you so much.
So our next team will be Catalyst.
Hello, everyone. Excited to be here. I'm Marcus, and I'm pitching my company, Catalyst, a marketplace connecting artists and fans through NFTs. Let's get started. So this piece here was my first NFT that I bought back in August. In short, NFT stands for non-fungible token, and is a unique digital asset that can be bought and sold with cryptocurrency. In 2021, NFT sales hit $25 billion and average roughly 50,000 weekly transactions, effectively creating an entire new economy for digital artists and inviting established brands such as Christie's and Louis Vuitton into the space. So noticing how NFTs transform the art market, I was curious what value they could add to the music industry, specifically in helping out independent artists. While independent artists generated almost $900 billion in revenue in 2019, the market for these creators is still fundamentally broken. For example, on Spotify, you have to have about 3 million streams just to make $12,000. About 70% of all indie artists make $10,000 or less per year from their music. Essentially, it's not economically viable to be an independent artist in today's economy. Furthermore, the current structure robs fans of creating genuine connections with their favorite artists, and there is no way for regular people like you and I to invest in the music that we love. So to solve these problems, Catalyst will allow musicians to sell their music as NFTs in order to be properly compensated for their work, to give fans investment opportunities, and to create new engagement experiences for their community. Relative to our competition, our value proposition is that we offer fans affordability, ownership opportunities, and access to their favorite musicians. Our target market for our creators are artists with followings on social media of 50,000 or more, and who also have monthly listeners on streaming of 100,000 or more. And on the consumer side, it's men and women aged 27 to 35 who have purchased collectible goods. So how this will look is we're doing a demo release for the band Faculty next month. What will happen is they will debut a new song on streaming and announce to their fans it's available on Catalyst. Then Faculty NFT editions will be listed on Catalyst for fans to come and purchase. And from there, fans who purchase an edition will gain access to the Faculty online community and also have their NFTs hosted on Catalyst to either hold or sell when they choose to do so. And in terms of revenue structure, we will take a 10% gross fee of all NFT sales on Catalyst and also a 5% commission fee on all secondary sales of NFT editions. Thank you, and I'm welcome to any questions.
Now we hear from the judges.
What's the experience of buying one of these NFTs? Like if I have it, am I just thinking this as a digital collectible, or does it grant me anything else?
So that's a great question. It's up to the discretion of the artist. As the marketplace, I don't want to put a definition on what each NFT will be, but at its basis level, it'll at least be an access point to whatever the artist wants to provide its holders. So for example, that could look like if you buy this NFT, you'll get exclusive access to this concert, you'll get a choice of what music videos I point out. It's endless to whatever the creator wants to give their fans, but it can go all the way up to say, hey, if you get this, you can share in royalty implications of whatever my streaming does, or you have access to my IP rights. So it's almost infinite possibilities of value adds that can be put into the NFT, but in essence, it will at least be access to the artist's ability to resell that investment profit as a fan.
And why would I do this versus having a Patreon, for example?
Well, Patreon, on the artist side, it's not really geared towards musicians. It's more geared toward paying like $3 a month to hear people talk for a few hours. So that killed the podcast and stuff like that, longer form media. But at Catalyst, for example, it would just be like a one-time thing for each song. So it's a lot less work. You'd have to keep up month to month on Patreon with your fans. With us, you would just sell whatever amount of editions of NFTs you wanted, and then that would be it. And at least on the fan side as well, you get access the same way kind of with Patreon, but you can't own a Patreon subscription. So for say, if I have access to this artist community and you wanted access, I couldn't sell my Patreon subscription to you, right? So it doesn't create that scarcity around the market of having NFTs. But with Catalyst NFT editions, I'd be able to say, hey, I have this access to this community, and I can resell it to someone else.
So the secondary 5% you all would earn would be anytime there's a transaction that happens with that NFT?
Right, anytime there is resale of that NFT edition. So after initial sale of the editions for a project, any sale after that will be 5%.
Okay.
With a platform like Spotify, for example, that already has the benefit of a lot of users on there, will there be any sort of marketing aspect with Catalyst, or will that totally lie within the artist's bandwidth to draw more attention to the NFT that they're selling, or is that something that the company will help with as well?
Yeah, so I think with Spotify, it's not a direct competitor of ours just because the only thing we do better than it is that we allow artists to actually get paid. So I think with Spotify, we'd love to work with them, especially if we have proprietary information technology on how to do NFT editions. I think that could definitely be a partnership to scale that up to reach larger audiences. Also, I think with our criteria, how we vet our artists relative to other people who are trying to do NFTs, music NFTs, they kind of let us anyway. Our artists are already going to have hundreds of thousands of listeners and our friends. So the marketing for them is going to be a lot easier to do than for artists. So I think, yeah, in conjunction with a lot of partnerships with Spotify and Tidal and music to, get more eyes on the product.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Catalyst. And now, our third team, Stir.
Like the introduction. Everyone hear me? Hi, I'm Cooper Wilson, and this is Stir, the social cocktail. So cocktail culture is on the rise. We know that from market data, but when I was trying to learn how to make cocktails, I found that existing cocktail recipe apps are complicated and expensive. People are making fascinating recipes on existing social media platforms, but I, as a novice, have a hard time finding those or figuring out how to make them. These two groups, people creating cocktails and people looking to learn how to make them, are passing by each other like ships in the night. This is where Stir comes in. Stir is a free app. It's an ever-expanding menu for regular users like you and me. You can enter your ingredients. Stir will tell you what cocktails you can make. You can filter by base, liquor, price, strength. You need to change units of measurement, serving size. And then for bars, businesses, brands, influencers, they're posting to a platform natively designed to host recipes, and their recipes are featured on the phones of people they wouldn't otherwise reach. It's a perfect marriage of these two groups, and we at Stir have been working for over a year and a half to optimize our app for this market. It's not just me. We have a brilliant coder in Keegan. John is taking the lead on partnerships with liquor companies and marketing, whereas I've headed up design and media. We're in a soft launch phase right now, which means we're on the App Store. We already have several hundred downloads, and this is a pre-marketing push. We are optimizing, we're taking user feedback, perfecting our app. To that marketing push, we have over 100 original photos, original marketing content, like the photos you're seeing in this presentation. We have influencer outreach strategies. We have a function where you can send a recipe off app, which brings more people into Stir's community. Community is what we're about here at Stir. Everyone's been wondering, how do we do a more ethical, less toxic social media? This can be a blueprint, one that doesn't center people's body image or their status, but rather centers their creativity and their craft. Our competition are a lot of apps that don't quite get there. They don't allow these two groups, people creating cocktails and people trying to learn how to make them, to connect. Stir is the only app that allows users to post and get credit for their creativity. And it's the only app that allows businesses to promote themselves, independent and prearranged deals. So in that way, Stir can be a platform for small businesses to grow. We have several revenue streams. We have ad-based revenue, paid partnership, infrastructure, a planned Stir store, and a bar map, where bars pay for extra exposure, a subscription fee. The brass tacks is the more users we have, the more ways we can make money and more money. We know where to find these users on existing platforms, and we know that this market is growing. The alcohol home delivery app Drizzly, for example, grew 350% year-on-year during the pandemic and pulled in over 110 million in annual revenue. Google Trend data for cocktails, cocktail recipes, all of it's up. We have a concrete roadmap moving forward. We're building out city by city, leveraging concentrated local user bases with local companies. Stir is the definitive cocktail app. It's mixology for the masses. There's a QR code if you'd like to download, and thank you. Drink responsibly.
Thank you. To the judges' questions.
So from a consumer standpoint, well, I'm thinking of two different questions here, right? So you're targeting this at consumers, and the monetization model would be ad revenue coming in. I mean, I would think ads would be your primary monetization model, or partnerships with the Diageo type companies of the world. Is that where you're thinking the majority of the ad revenue is going to come from based on number of users?
Yeah, so we'll have a better time, obviously, as we get more users on the app, calculating sort of CPMs, all that data we need to know for trends about what our ad revenue is doing and what percentage of our revenue that is. We sort of have our several monetization streams as a planned strategy where at different phases in the business's growth, different parts of those revenue streams will take precedence. Early on, ad revenue is going to be coming in, but it's going to be coming in slowly. We can leverage sort of paid partnerships, especially like craft distilleries, you know, these small time distilleries, which really right now are only reaching their local communities where people know about them. This is a platform where they can promote themselves. You know, they can pay us to be promoted on our Explore page, which promotes the best recipes, or featured, we would make cocktails for them. And we haven't reached out to them. We have a list of hundreds of these craft distilleries, and they're getting positive feedback so far. So early on, that's sort of where we're going with it. And then as we move in, as we get more users, that ad revenue picks up. And then we can leverage that in the bar map, which actually in our revenue projections, we've reworked several times that are getting, you know, we're going to continue to rework as we get more data about our users. The bar map is actually what can make us a lot of money, because take, for example, for a user, you see it narrows that range of like 16,000, I think it is, bars in New York down to, you know, 100 or a few dozen that have been vetted as good by us. And then you see a coupon for those. That's part of the bar map. The bars have some coupon, you know, maybe it's $2 off your first drink, whatever. It's up to the bar. But that brings in people through the door for them. For our users, it's like, oh, great. You see your friend getting $2 off his cocktail. You're like, oh, I want, you know, what's this app that you use to do that? So it spreads it for us. And then for bars, that's you know, they pay us a price dependent upon how many users we have, how many users we're bringing in. But you can imagine that price could be a lot of money in our pockets, because it takes like one group of people brought into a bar, one group of extra customers, they're bringing hundreds of dollars to that bar. So as we grow, that can be a real source of both spread the app and to bring in real revenue.
Okay, thank you.
So with most social apps, engagement and frequency is really important. And I don't know how many people are drinking cocktails every day, but they may not be drinking different cocktails every day. You know, there's some people who like exploring, but other people who, you know, my dad likes the same drink. He's been drinking the same thing for a while. So how do you get over that issue that the main activity of your users is not necessarily something that they are engaging with on a daily basis?
Yeah, part of that is just growing our user base. Obviously, more users, I might only go on the app once a week, once a month, if I'm just someone who doesn't make cocktails all the time or isn't always looking to do something new. So growing that user base is a big part of that. But then because the app functions in such a way like no other app does, all the other recipe apps, you know, it's a big update if they even do release new recipes, whereas Stir always has new recipes. There's always something new and interesting on there. In addition, we're working on an algorithm that's, you know, for the Explore page, for the For You page, that prioritizes sort of your favorite drinks. You can search by like tags on Stir. So if I'm into drinks that are funny, that have like a funny twist on them, or, you know, titled weird or really pretty, whatever that may be, I can click on that tag, see more drinks like that, and then you can start to see things that are interesting. It's just positioned in such a way that you're always going to get new recipes. So to the extent that we can tackle that problem and can make it more engaging for our users, we're doing that in a way.
But just to follow up on that, but your users are providing the content.
Yes.
Right. So the question was more along the lines of, how do you engage users when they're like, the answer of like, there's always new content there. Well, that may not happen because the users don't post that often. So I don't know if you are planning on, as an app, like feeding it for a while, or.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I misunderstood your question. Yes, we are, and we have been. We have some of those media photos. A lot of those media photos are cocktail photos, and we didn't launch those all at once. We're feeding those so that you're seeing new things. We've already seen some users on there posting their own recipes, so that's really encouraging. In addition, we have that planned influencer outreach strategy. These are people that are trying to make it work on Instagram and existing platforms, Reddit, where they're not designed for their cocktails. These are people who do this to grow their platform. They post, for work, maybe they're a bartender who's trying to grow their following, promote their own bar, maybe they're a liquor company who's trying to promote themselves, their specific liqueur or liquor. They are incentivized to keep posting because they're already doing it, and two, that just means more people are going to see them, more people are going to follow them, more people are going to buy their product, or they can leverage their base into deals with liquor brands if they're just an influencer who's really good at making cocktails. So it's not just the everyday user that's posting. We're not relying on regular folks to post whatever drink they made. We're knowing that this already exists and people are trying to make this work on platforms that aren't optimized for sharing those recipes. We're catering to them and providing a platform for those people who are already trying to post and are posting on a regular basis and reach a new audience and have those posts translate into more efficient marketing, more efficient marketing.
And could you speak a little bit more about the campus ambassadors? What does that look like? Is the goal of that to bring in more revenue, and why phase 4?
Yeah, so that's just sort of as we build out, the goal of that is it's just an example of another marketing strategy we have. A lot of it works around influencers and people who are in the cocktail community, but we don't want to exclusively, obviously, bring in people creating content. We want people consuming that content as well. That's their new audience for them. And there's a real, just in terms of if you look at trends, younger people are drinking more cocktails now. It's growing. And so we want to capitalize on that wave coming out of COVID, especially where a lot of people were at home and you saw those, liquor sales, all that go up. We want to capitalize on that. Maybe featured a little prominently for how it factors into our marketing strategy, but it is one of the ways. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, judges. Thank you, Stir. And now for our final team of the final 4, Amazonian.
Hello, everyone. My name is Elsie Dema, and I stand before you 6 feet tall. I literally have to search the ethers of the earth to find clothes that fit. I've tried every trick in the book to try to look as normal as possible in clothes that seldom keep tall women in mind. So I used to believe that I just couldn't afford tall clothes when I was younger, and I promised myself that one day, when I got that big girl's job, I'd be able to leave my high waters behind and keep these ankles warm in the wintertime. And I'm from New York, and you know it gets cold out here. Then years after my big girl job, I realized that no matter what I was willing to spend, clothes that would fit my height and physique were still virtually non-existent. So for an industry that loves to idolize tall women, retail caters to the masses, and unfortunately that does not include tall women like me. So the average US woman is 5'4", quite the gap from myself. And although women 5'9" and up make up less than 5%, there is still 6.5 million women that need to get their clothes from somewhere, from me. So I actually conducted a survey and I found the following. So about 82% of tall women stated inseam as the most difficult part. They just don't come long enough. About 78% said fit, and about 48% stated price. So a recurring pattern came up in the comments section. In-person shopping is a waste of time because true tall sizes are virtually only available online. Inseam is not provided for women as it is for men. Tall clothes on average is considerably more expensive, and tall women shopping has contributed to disappointment, self-hate, and discomfort in their own skin. And thus I present to you Amazonian, a tall women-specific apparel line. Not only will Amazonian focus on inseam and other common pain points, we will focus on conforming material to flatter our natural tall curves. And we will finally offer the try before you buy experience that all tall women have been waiting for. So think of it like a series of events of pop-up showrooms. The events will be promoted in tall specific social groups. I'll be launching in New York City and LA. So upon arrival to the event, you'll be measured, guided to your section to try and close in the collection, place an order, and then you'll get your shipment with confidence that it will actually fit. If you're unable to attend a pop-up, customers can still enroll in a subscription. Well, they'll be able to bring the try before you commit to a purchase experience to the comfort of their own home, or you could just purchase directly from the website. So major players in this space are exclusively online retailers with no way of trying on your clothes before you purchase them. So Amazonian events and subscription services will give customers that confidence to try clothes with that fit of that highly desired in-person shopping experience that we've been lacking. Amazonian will take back eligible items for resale on the tall thrift. So when a customer makes a purchase, it will register in their app. They can select which one they want to resell, upload appropriate photos, and receive a shipping label to send back their item. And then once there's a buyer, the sales proceeds will be credited to that customer's account to purchase future items. Thank you so much for your time. Please help me clothe my people, and I will welcome all questions.
Questions from the judges.
So I like the idea of the pop-ups. Or do you eventually envision almost like a Bonobos kind of model where you just have showrooms where people can try things on and then order exclusively online, or is it?
I do, absolutely.
Okay.
So what the first thing that came to my mind was like a furniture store. You know, you go in and they have like a whole bunch of selections that you can, obviously they're not gonna have like every single color in there, but you know, you sit, you like this chair, great, you order it. So I wanted to apply that model to clothing.
Okay, thank you.
I have a branding question, and it's actually not just about your company, but I also noticed that one of the other companies in space had a giraffe as their logo, which like,
I'm not gonna go there.
I am just somewhat curious though, because the brand, and there's a larger company that may have a copyright issue with a trademark issue with, but we'll put that aside for a moment. I'm curious to hear how you think of the brand and what you want the brand, how you want the brand to make people feel, because to me, Amazonian feels like it emphasizes the tallness, the bigness, the standout, whereas I'm curious whether you feel like your target audience wants that or just wants to feel like a regular shopper like everybody else.
Absolutely. So, I mean, I considered a few things and that definitely did come to mind. And it's funny because we probably are looking at the giraffe logo. And I hate when people refer to me as a giraffe. So that wouldn't have worked for me personally. But I think the whole notion of like, when you think of an Amazonian person, you do think of like a strong, empowered woman. And I think that like, just based on the comment section and like seeing all the self-hate that someone can have just because they can't find something that fits is incredible to me. And I do feel like that name is fitting. I wish Amazon didn't exist so I could just be Amazon. but yes, I do think that the name and the definition and what it represents to empower women and make them feel comfortable in their own skin is very appropriate for the line.
Well, first of all, thank you, fellow tall girl here at 5'10", so I know y'all can find pants.
Not lying.
Could you talk a little bit more about the subscription model? Is that just going into being able to try the clothes on and return them and keep doing that? Or does that also contribute to taking some of or bringing the price down on purchasing something? Like exactly how does that work?
Absolutely. So in terms of subscription model, so it's going to be incredibly similar to Prime Wardrobe. So you have your subscription, like the average person buys clothes like every 2 to 3 months. So like that's kind of where the pricing came from. And it would be a situation where they can select whichever items they want to try on, then like they only pay for what they're keeping. And then obviously they would send back everything else. So that would be recurring, but it wouldn't necessarily contribute to any savings. So that would be very separate. Like if they wanted to return things on the tall thrift, for example, like that would be their way of getting savings once there's a buyer, then they would use that to purchase anything new that they would want to purchase.
Very good. Thank you, Amazonia.
Thank you. This mic off.
So the gauntlet's thrown. We already know who won the Social Impact Award. We will know as soon as we can finish calculating the fan favorite who's won that. So if you haven't already voted, this is your last chance. You've got about 5 minutes before we close the polls and tally them up. So if you haven't already, please go download the PVC app and cast your vote. And we're also entering into the last networking break. So what that means for our judges is they've got the unfortunate deliberation that's soon to happen, where we figure out who's first, second, third, fourth, while also coming back to tell you who won the fan favorite, as well as the Social Impact Award. So enjoy the last networking break, and we'll corral you in about 15 or so.
Where the judges test their addition skills.
Yeah, exactly. Back to the same room where we can speak candidly and figure this out together. It's capturing well.
And in some accountant way, some little slice of, you know, what you've contributed to Fordham is on these checks. So you should feel as though that you're participating in a meaningful way. And I'd like to thank Lauren and Sean for being such great hosts for both the semifinal and final round. And Milton Sussberg for taking his usual role as Walmart greeter. So Milton's job is to make everybody feel at home, and hopefully he has done that. And right, if you have felt welcome, and he was also the Yeti unwrapper, so we took on a secondary role today, which is great. So for those of you who did not get your Yeti cup souvenir, we have them outside, and Shristi is, I don't know where she is. Where? Oh, there she is, hiding there next to Sean. So Shristi is our newest intern, and she really was the behind the scenes person that made things run today in terms of greeting you and getting everything out there. So all your name tags. So thank you, Shristi, for that. And through the miracle of technology, our intern Joe Nussbaum has been running the pre-VC voting and a bunch of other Zoom stuff from the comfort of his dorm room in London. So we thank Joe for staying up so late, because it's getting to be, well, it's kind of getting ready to go out, right? It's about 9 o'clock. So this is good, Joe. You can finish up here and then hit the town. And finally to Will, who is made all of this run today, and we appreciate your indulgence around the technical challenges as we tried to live stream and Zoom and hybrid and in person and all of the other things that we tried to do today. And I would say that, you know, we acquitted ourselves pretty well. So Will, have I tap danced long enough, or do I need more? Okay, Will says we're good. All right. So we are going to start off with the People's Choice Fan Favorite Award, which is a $1,000 prize, and that goes to Opt for You. So if you guys are here, come on up. I don't know if you stuffed the ballot box or what, but you know, you won by a large margin. So here, Shristi wants to take a picture, I guess. There you go. Either side, wherever you want. Here, you can go here and here. How's that? Good? All right, Shristi says we're good. You could take that home with you. Suitable for framing. All right. So we are going to start with our 4th place award, and that is going to go to Stir. So come on up, Cooper. Great job. Thank you very much. Hopefully this was a good way to spend at least your afternoon. Good. Shristi says we're good. All right. So now we are up to 3rd place, and 3rd prize goes to Catalyst. So Marcus, great job. Thank you. Go. Good. Thank you, guys. No, thank you. How am I doing on slides, Will? I just did 3rd, so you're 1. Oh, I see. Okay, so you ready for 2nd? Okay. All right, so I don't even know how we're going to do this, but Will's going to figure it out. So 2nd prize goes to Boxed. So Sunpreet and Vans, if you are somewhere up there in the neighborhood in cyberspace, just know that this is for you. Oh, there you are. Okay.
Yes, thank you so much.
Camera can get the full look. So Tristy, how's that? Okay. If you come to New York, we'll give you the actual check. So, all right. Our social impact judges have come and gone, so I'm going to do this one, but I am going to ask the final judges to present the final check. So the $4,000 prize for the Social Impact Award goes to Fun History. So congratulations, thank you. All your practice and hard work paid off. She has come to all of us on multiple occasions. Can you help me? Can you run the slide deck? Can you help me? Can you help me? Can you help? So see, we helped you and it actually worked. So congratulations to you. Thank you. All right, let me go see if I can get the judges. Oh, there they are. So could I get you guys to come in and give the big awards since you did all the hard work? Stand up on the stage. The thing is back there.
You grab the mic, so are you our spokesperson?
I think so. We're just doing the last one?
Well, you can just announce it, and you can hold up the check, and she'll come up, and you can take some nice pictures. The check is right behind you there. You can just flip it around. I think you just.
Okay. Well, well, we are happy to announce that the winner is Amazonian.
Congratulations. Thank you. Unanimous.
Congratulations. There you go. Take a picture of that.
All right. Well, thank you again for spending Saturday afternoon with us. Appreciate it. And if there's anything we can do at the Foundry as you continue to launch and grow your businesses, don't hesitate to be in touch. That's the purpose for our existence. So again, thanks for coming. Battle of the Bronx is coming up in April. We're the best of Fordham, and so we're gonna try to twist Elsie's arm here. Is going to take on the best of Manhattan College. So that's going to be on Tuesday, April 12th, and it's going to be at Manhattan. So look forward to maybe seeing some of you there. We'll be trying to live stream that. And Ramsden is coming up in the fall. But in the meantime, keep in touch. Don't be a stranger. And thanks for coming. Take care.